Пані та панове,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our event. My name is Volodymyr Karpiak. I will be the facilitator of this forum, and on behalf of our hosts, I would like to thank you for joining us today after an intense night. Thank you for finding the opportunity to join us today during this forum, even though you had a chance to probably catch up on your sleep. Thank you very much for your effort. This conference is extremely important for us, for all Ukrainians. This is a huge rehearsal and alignment of our position in lieu of Ukraine Recovery Conference that will take place in Rome in approximately a month. It is crucial for us to be aligned for this conference. That is why during today's panels, we will be able to define our key messages for URC. And in order to begin our official part of the forum, I would like to point out two important matters that are obligatory for any such event in Ukraine in the past years. First of all, this is our safety protocol. In a unanimous decision of our hosts, in case of air raid alert, we will pause the forum and we will go to the shelter that is located downstairs. Our hosts will lead the way. The shelter is on the right near the entrance. We also have an alternative stage in the shelter, so we will be able to continue the forum in a safer space until the air raid alert will be over. We will not compromise our safety. In case of air raid alert, we will go to the shelter. Secondly, I believe that all of you have seen the news, and as you know, at 9 a.m. we start with the minute of silence. We will also start this forum with a minute of silence to commemorate people who gave their lives for Ukraine. Thank you. After a night like this one, the topic of our forum might sound different. So when we discuss the topic of human capital dimension, we might have a different viewpoint. And for the opening remarks, I would like to invite Oleksiy Chernyshev, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Unity of Ukraine, joining us online. Greetings, dear participants. I hope you can hear me and see me well. Dear friends, dear colleagues, dear partners, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us today, despite this difficult and horrible night for Ukraine and Kyiv. Thank you for joining us for this dialogue. I would like to thank the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, for constant leadership, as well as the colleagues from the government for the support and trust when it comes to implementing the strategy and policy of national unity of Ukraine. This policy became possible thanks to our consolidated efforts. I would also like to express gratitude to our partners, Stabilization Support Services, Charitable Fund, UNHCR, Center for Economic Recovery, for support and the organization of this event. I would also like to thank our friends Matthias Schmale, Carolina Lindholm-Billing for joining us today. People are the primary capital for Ukraine. As it was already mentioned by the facilitator, I'm currently on a business trip in European Union. We're working on the key goals, which is the support for Ukrainians across the world. I would like to share some opening remarks for this event. This week, the Council of EU made a strategic decision to continue temporary protection for Ukrainians that are currently residing in European Union. It is extremely important since Ukrainians got the clarity and understanding of further 20 months of their stay in Europe. This is important, and we are very thankful to European Union for the continuation of the support. It is obvious that the return of our citizens is directly connected to one of our key challenges, the demographic challenge. We do expect that the decrease will continue in the future, and this is where the state has a lot to do in order to change this tendency. I would also like to thank our European partners for making the decision to support the format of the centers of Ukrainian unity, so-called unity hubs, that are created in multiple cities in Europe that encourage Ukrainians to return to Ukraine and that also help to integrate for those who need this. Together with the representatives of the diaspora and multiple movements, we have a global community of Ukrainians, 25 million of people. These are immense opportunities. That is why today, in the context of discussing human capital dimension, I would like to suggest to discuss the topic of multiple citizenship, which is a logical step for Ukraine to make. And we did have several approaches to this topic in the past. I'm really happy to see that Verkhovna Rada today will be reading the draft bill on the topic. We are basically meeting on a historical day today. This day, or rather this week, can lead to approving the bill on multiple citizenship, which is again a historical moment for all of us. My colleagues will go into more details throughout the day. I do believe that we need to take our attention to this topic because this will help us strengthen the connections with Ukrainians abroad as well as develop the Ukrainian community and Ukrainian unity. Obviously, one of the key priorities for us is to create necessary support and assistance mechanisms to improve the potential for people. The success of the strategy depends on the people. That is why we need to put an emphasis on the economic development, on reforms and employment opportunities. This is a set of events and joint efforts that can help us bring Ukrainians home after a stable peace is established. My colleagues will be talking a bit more about this throughout the panels and discussions. Obviously, this will be also the topic for URC 2025. That is why today's forum is an important example of systematic approach to engage in Ukrainians to return to work and to human capital development. In 2 weeks, we will be able to present the results of the forum in Rome during URC. This is a crucial platform for us to look for the efficient solutions for the recovery of Ukraine. Thank you very much for joining us today. I encourage you to lead an efficient and active discussion. Our power is our unity. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you, Alexei. We will see you in approximately half an hour during our first session, and I would like to give the floor to Matthias Schmale, UN resident and humanitarian coordinator in Ukraine, for opening remarks. Matthias, we give the floor to you.
About to say good morning, but it's not a good morning after another night of horror inflicted on your citizens. We know that the impact of the war on Ukraine is devastating and growing. But it's good that we do take a moment today to reflect on the topic that we have, focusing on return and recovery. I greet, of course, all of you, including various government leaders, deputy ministers online and in the room, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues from the UN, notably Carolina from UNHCR. Now, mass displacement, especially of young people and key productive age groups, has resulted in a reduced workforce. We already heard a comment about the demographics. This is clearly limiting Ukraine's recovery potential. According to government and ILO estimations, Ukraine has lost 30% of jobs compared with the levels before the full-scale invasion in February 22. And spatial shifts in economic activity, so differences between regions, not only exacerbates differences between regions, but also creates mismatches between labor supply and demand. I've heard this myself from many small-scale and medium-scale business people along the front line. For instance, a few days ago in Zaporizhia, they often say that the insufficient number of skilled workers, apart from the war, is the main constraint to stabilizing and growing their business. Following on from COVID, just before the full-scale invasion, the war has, of course, caused loss of educational opportunities and impacted access availability to social services and health care. More than 3 years after the full-scale invasion of the armed forces of the Russian Federation, significant numbers of women and girls, people with disabilities, children and youth, displaced populations and elderly face and are at great risk of losing their livelihood and falling into poverty. According to World Bank estimates, poverty is now affecting at least 9 million Ukrainians. The rapid damage and needs assessment documents that the war has left also 30% of Ukraine's housing stock damaged or destroyed, affecting over 2.5 million households. So community-level reconstruction, including housing, but not only housing, also energy systems and local infrastructure, is from our point of view key to creating the conditions for return and economic revival. Another impact of the war is mental health. It's immense. Again, yesterday I spoke to people affected directly by the war in Dnipro, and they have harrowing stories to tell in terms of their mental well-being. Not addressing the mental health crisis with determination risks to further negatively affect the current workforce and the integration of people into the labor force. Ukraine clearly needs massive investment in its people. I deliberately avoid the term human capital because I think it sounds too mechanic. It makes people a factor of the economy. We are talking about people, and we must invest into their education, reskilling and retraining to create or recreate a modern economy. An important point is that as long as the war continues, and probably afterwards, stable, predictable budget support is vital to maintain education, health, and social services. Without that budget support, it would have already fallen apart, given that you have to dedicate a lot of your domestic resources to your defense. Efforts to regain and increase economic strength must be fully inclusive from our point of view, and I know we all share that. Women, again, people with disability, the elderly, and war veterans, the vulnerable among these, must be fully integrated into the workforce. Ukraine is known for its entrepreneurship and innovation. I've seen it in Lviv, but not just in the West, also amazingly along the front line, including in Sumy. Job creation strategies must build on successes that have continued over the last 3 years and include displaced people and veterans starting new businesses. Demining must be driven forward with determination as a precursor for economic recovery. Safe and land access, we all know, is essential for rural livelihoods, agricultural recovery, and safe returns. The UN will continue to support priority policy reforms in health, education, and social protection. I've already mentioned that we all urge all involved to invest into health, education, and skilling up people. We will continue to work with the authorities and relevant stakeholders to identify and implement demographic and durable solutions, as we call it, for internally displaced, more than 4.5 million. It is impressive for me that, unlike other countries in which I have served, you in Ukraine in principle do not make the distinction between residents and internally displaced. Everyone has equal access to services, including schools. What some governors and some central government leaders have pointed out is that there are, however, distinct needs of the IDPs, the internally displaced, and those returning, particularly around housing and jobs. So I think we need to pay for that group of vulnerable people particular attention to housing and job solutions. In coming to a close, the entire international community, including, of course, the international financial institutions and the private sector, must continue to provide stable and predictable and sufficient budget support, as I've mentioned, in addition to financing specific recovery work and initiatives. Importantly, we must strike the balance between national initiatives and community-level work. There's huge and enough work for all of us, and I'm confident that the Recovery Conference in Rome in a few weeks will help us to again reprioritize, reaffirm, and amplify international support for a gender-inclusive and green recovery of your wonderful country. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Матіасе.
Thank you, Matthias. I'm happy to give the floor to Carolina Lindholm-Billing, UNHCR representative in Ukraine. Carolina, we give the floor to you. Applauses for Carolina.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And like my colleague Matthias said, it's not a good morning after last night's horrific terrorizing attack. And, but I think I really want to thank all of you for nonetheless coming here and showing that despite these attacks and the death and devastation they leave behind, we are continuing to believe in and support the people of Ukraine, the resilience and the stability of the country and the prosperity of the country by focusing today on human capital and importantly, how all people of Ukraine can be supported to contribute and thrive and be part of an inclusive recovery. So thank you very much for coming here, and I'm very grateful to our excellencies, the deputy ministers, of course to Deputy Prime Minister Oleksiy Chernyshov, and for the great collaboration with him and his team in the Ministry of National Unity. UNHCR is very pleased to support their efforts and vision. And I think, as was said at the beginning by our moderator, this event is an opportunity to frame some of the key messages ahead of the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Rome. And I think one that we will be hearing throughout the day is that displacement, internal displacement, or the flight of Ukrainians abroad to seek refuge from Russia's attacks and war should not be equated with the permanent loss of human capital. We will touch on different enablers that make it possible for people in displacement who have been forced to flee to still thrive and develop their capacities and contribute with their skills, not just for their own and their family's situation, but for the recovery and prosperity of their whole community. On some figures, around 5.6 million Ukrainians are currently recorded as refugees having fled Russia's full-scale invasion and war on Ukraine, and the vast majority of them, around 5 million, are in Europe. And in addition to that, at least 3.8 million Ukrainians are internally displaced. So this is nearly 10 million Ukrainians in forcible displacement, which of course is a huge part of the population. And we all know Ukrainians who have been forced to flee from their homes and communities, and that behind this huge number are individual stories of loss of homes, jobs, separation of family members, and social connections. But we also know very much from our own experience and friendships and partnerships with people who have been forced to flee, that they are equally stories of incredible perseverance and determination to recover and learn new skills and perspectives in displacement. And we see every day how internally displaced people and Ukrainian refugees are using these skills, experiences, and resourcefulness to make critical contributions to the communities where they have found safety. And as an example, just a week ago, UNHCR in Poland, together with Deloitte, published a report finding that Poland's GDP has increased by 2.7% because Ukrainian refugees were given the right and the possibility to work and start a business, and obviously because they used the skills and the experiences to do so. So I think from this is a lot what human capital is about. It's about providing people with all their capacities and experiences, with the environment and conditions that make it possible for them to thrive, develop, and use this resourcefulness to the maximum for their own and their families' benefit and for their countries and communities' development as a whole. And we also know from our own experiences that in certain situations, we are able to effectively contribute as partners, as community members, in our professional roles, in innovation, but that in some situations, this ability to contribute is constrained. And it's therefore important to analyze, based on evidence drawn from quantitative and qualitative studies, which conditions and enabling factors are key for displaced people's ability to effectively contribute to Ukraine's recovery and stability, whether from abroad or upon return, and then invest in those. And throughout the day, the panels will look at some of these key factors, including access to dual citizenship, like Deputy Prime Minister Chernyshov mentioned, as well as temporary protection status, reskilling and job opportunities, affordable and accessible housing, and ways to maintain community connections and cultural exchanges between people. We will also be discussing, the subtopic is return and recovery, and in that context, to look at what are the enabling factors, the factors that can enable Ukrainians who fled abroad to take decisions to voluntary return in a sustainable and dignified way. From UNHCR's latest intention surveys, we see that around 61% of the Ukrainian refugees still hope and plan to return in the future. And it's important to remember that around 1.3 million have already returned, most during the summer of 2022. But uncertainty is also growing, and durable safety and security remains, of course, the key factor, but it's not the only one that will enable people to exercise their right to return. So while the war continues, as we saw not least last night, it is important that a predictable legal status continues, and therefore, like Deputy Prime Minister Chernyshov, UNHCR very much welcomed the decision to extend the temporary protection status for another year that was made at the end of last week, because having that stability and security of status for some more time also gives many people the stability they need to focus on learning and reskilling and employment opportunities. So the last thing just to mention in terms of messages is that when talking about how all people can contribute to an inclusive recovery that leaves no one behind, it is really essential to also pay attention to the most vulnerable among the displaced, internally and refugees abroad, to ensure that no one is left behind, as we say. And we know that among the displaced, there are many older people, people with disabilities, single caregivers, people with different medical needs, and they may need targeted support to have that possibility to contribute and thrive and develop equally. So voluntary return and recovery plans and investments need to be people-centered and include tailored solutions geared to ensuring that all people are able to take free and informed decisions, develop and use their human capital. So again, thank you very much for participating in today's event, in the panels, and really looking very concretely at what are these enabling conditions and factors that will help everyone contribute to Ukraine's recovery, prosperity, and stability going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. Carolina mentioned the word key a couple of times in her opening remarks, so this is a good bridge to the first presentation, our keynote speech by Oleksiy Lukashuk, Deputy Minister of National Unity of Ukraine, and Kyrylo Krivolab, Managing Partner at Civita, as well as advisor to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of National Unity of Ukraine.
Thank you all. Thank you all for coming. We all understand the value of human capital. The Center of Economic Recovery was created a few years before to help the government to develop policy and understand difficult situations such as COVID and other problems that we may face. We work with human capital for quite some time already. We collaborate with various international partners. But now let's go to the content. What is human capital? Most international organizations define human capital as the complexity of all components like skills, knowledge, experience. This is the system of healthcare, how to preserve public health. And we have social unity and focus on human capital. But all researchers, they agree that human capital is an economic term. It's an economic factor. This is why we should not be surprised that here at this conference, it's just one of 4 dimensions alongside with Euro integration and development of regions, and de facto at this conference human capital is going to be the largest dimensions among all of those that I mentioned. 2 years back, with support of UNDP, we conducted a study where to understand the worth of human capital here in Ukraine. And we understand that under conditions of full-scale innovation, people do not get enough education. There are gaps in education, there are gaps in healthcare systems, there are problems with employment as well, and all of this influences productivity. Now, the consumption in Ukraine is also affects all our indicators, and all of those things, all this GDP, which is not received in full amount, amounts to substantial amount of money. So we are losing part of the GDP, but at the same time the situation is in our hands, and if you focus on better policies, if you coordinate better among ourselves and understand the issues better, in December of 2024 we created a Ministry of Social Unity, and I will now pass the word to Alexei. Thank you, Kirill. Hello everyone. I hope that, today we are going to talk about human capital, and this is one of the most important aspects of our ministry. I'll begin with conditions and the reasons why we were created in the first place. First of all, Kirill described the importance of human capital for any country, but where are we in this sense? From the very beginning of our independence, during a very short time, we lost 40% of population. Please pay attention to this figure. 40% of our population. This is humanitarian catastrophe. This catastrophe was taking place gradually, but the war sped it up. Now, it's not just about the war and Russia. Of course, those are the reasons, but please also pay attention to the fact that 15% we lost till the year 2013. At that time, we had no war. Only socio-economic factors had a role to play. And now when we talk about the return and recovery of human capital, there's a question. What condition we have created to make sure that all our plans come true? What conditions we created for return and recovery? This is what we are going to talk about at this conference. Now, what our ministries have done in this sense? Well, they made some steps, for example, unblocking of passports abroad, for Ukrainians abroad. Those people.
А потім і іншим.
So our Ukrainians were able to unblock their passports abroad. Those were the first steps to recover trust between our country and the millions of our people which were forced to leave our country. But at the same time, we were working on the concept of our work and created our vision to understand how useful we can be for our people. This is how we have created the Unity Hub. And it became the hub, the place for all our Ukrainians abroad. With the support of our president, this idea, this great idea, turned into a practical agreements with our partners, with countries, partners. We have partnerships with 4 countries, and we are going to scale up the number of countries. But after 6 months of active partnership with the European Commission, we have agreed that first, we are going to prolong the status of a temporary refugee status without any limitations. Second, together with Euro commissioners, we have created a new institution, the institution of Commissioner on Ukrainians and scale up of unity centers. And the third, Euro Commission provided recommendations to all EU countries in terms of scaling up of unity hubs. And in the coming time, immediate time, we are hoping that Ukrainian parliament will support a bill of law about multiple citizenship. This law is going to be about connection with those Ukrainians who had to leave the country, so that our Ukrainians would not have a need to cancel their Ukrainian passport. This is how we are going to preserve connections with them, because our Ukrainians were forced to leave the country, but they preserved the country within themselves. Now, URC, human capital, and the good news is that we are a nation of 60 million people. 60. We don't divide into different categories by our beliefs. We are one united nation, and I hope that all our participants today, we are going to think about all of those 60 million Ukrainians, 60 millions of Ukrainians. Now let's go back to URC and to our panels. Here's the visualization. What is social capital? In certain countries, it's about self-expression. In Ukraine, it's about survival. It's about the number of people, about their productivity, about GDP, about labor market, and also social and economic component.
Культура на вході.
Also the issue of identity and the desire to protect Ukraine, to express himself or herself, to protect institutes, democratic institutes. That's what we have at the entrance. Also education, also policies, also sports, return of Ukrainians and reintegration. Those are the things which are also at the entrance point. Now, labor migration, we talk more and more about labor migration, but this is what relates to a labor market. Also gender equality, health, all with inclusion. It's because of this inclusions that people leave to a retirement fund system. And we're going to talk about retirement and retirement fund a lot. This is what our government now works on. This is what brings our Ukrainians back. So those are socio-economic factors. Now, keeping that in mind, the panel for URC is going to look this way. This is a work in progress. Maybe we are going to have minor changes, but this is what the first panel we're going to talk about return of Ukrainians, and closer to the evening we are going to discuss culture and education, social protection, labor market, protection of public health, innovations. Innovation is going to be a separate panel, because the stakeholder is going to be a Minister of Education, but there are going to be two ministers there responsible for this direction, education and innovations. Also, gender equality, this is going to be yet another separate panel, and also Minister of Youth and Sports. Now, we are going to have workshops and labs. Workshops are going to include about 200 people, and labs are going to include about 100 participants.
І по темі людського капіталу це якраз
Talking about human capital, we are also going to talk about tourism. We are going to meet up with Skills Alliance. It's going to be about retraining and development of new skills. Also, we are going to have a panel or lab on diaspora. and all of those who work with Ukrainians abroad. This is what we're going to discuss at this lab. And separately, we are going to also discuss social policies, coordination of humanitarian aid, and you will be able to join this, and also policies concerning veterans. We are going to have a minister and a prime minister. Today we are going to have a sort of a rehearsal. We're going to have 9 panels in one day, 4 panel discussions. But this is going to be an opportunity for us to discuss all those messages we are going to bring to URC and what we are going to bring to the table. And unity for us means that we all have to be on the same page in terms of our goals, in terms of our vision. And that's about all I wanted to say. I wish you all a productive work.
Дякую, Кирило, дякую, Олексію. Отож, як уже було сказано,
Thank you, Alexei. And we are going to now have the first panel. And now people are going to bring up chairs up to the stage, and I will announce this panel. It's a state policy in terms concerning human capital in the framework under conditions of full-scale invasion. And it's a long definition, but we are going to discuss a simple problem here. We have lots of areas which have to be synchronized in order to motivate people to return to our country. So there are issues of social policy, also policy, medical policy, educational policy, and all those things are connected. All those things have to be synchronized, and this is what we are going to discuss at this panel. And I am going to be a moderator of this panel, and the coordination is going to be discussed by Chernyshev, Mr. Chernyshev from the Ministry of Unity. He already had a few words to say. He is going to join us remotely. Also, Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine, Olena Kovalska, is the deputy head of the President's office, of the Office of the President, and Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, also a representative of UNHCR, and representative of World Bank. Here you can see on this panel. This panel is going to be well balanced in terms of gender, and in the meantime I invite all our panelists to the stage.
тоді ми будемо без води.
We are hoping that we're going to get some water here as well. Thank you all for joining us here. Please take your seats, make yourself comfortable. And since I'm going to be right here in the corner, since we have Alexei here and he has just a tiny bit of time, do you have Alexei? Alexei, are you there?
Ми вас бачимо.
Я вас бачу і чую, дякую.
Чудесно.
I can see you well. Dear ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I have 2 questions to each of you here. And I believe that people in the in the hall have even more questions for you. But let's begin with the first question. If we have to name one important thing for recovery of human capital in Ukraine, in your opinion, what is that thing going to be? Alexei, what do you think is that going to be? Thank you very much for this question. In fact, it's impossible to answer this question in a sentence or 2, but I would say that this is a stable economic development. That is the most, also safety, also open doors for recovery and return of people from abroad. And if we are going to focus on economic development, we have seen many examples of other countries to which people returned We had many examples of when people go back to their home countries when socioeconomic conditions improve. So we are talking about stability and peace. Okay, that's a good point. Now, what about you, Oksana? Hello. I'm glad to be with you here. Now, if you talk about social aspect, then obviously we have to discuss certain things that have to be done here and now. Just think about the night we had today. This night was terrible, and we understand that we have to be strong, we have to be firm, and all our institutions have to be firm, and we have to be stable emotionally. We have to survive through these terrible events. And the second part is we have to discuss a philosophy of social support where in the center we have a personal capacity of each and every human being, and we have to take all measures necessary to make sure that our people are economically integrated, fully integrated, independent in implementation of all their plans in favor of our society. So stability and strength, that's the first thing. And the second thing is integration of a human being into social processes now. So we are also talking about safety here. Is that correct? Yes. Thank you for this question. That's a good question. It's good to be here. And yes, indeed, it's hard to answer this question in one sentence. This is why I'll try to be original. And I'll mention a parameter which includes, first of all factors which have been mentioned here already, all factors that have been mentioned here, and also mobility and freedom. Mariana, what about you? Hello. I am also very happy to be here. It's a very important event. I do things. Preservation of connection with the roots. Those people that left the country, they have to feel Ukrainian, a part of Ukrainian nation. What about you, Carolina?
For the question, and as my fellow panelists have said, it's difficult to say one thing. I obviously agree with all factors that my colleagues have already mentioned, but if I would say one, I would say leaving no one behind. And what that means, I think, is to make sure that in recovery policies, plans, investments, that they are valuing all people in the community. Those are working age, children, the older people, people with limited mobility, and so on, as equal worth, and that they feel included and valued and supported. And I think it is important, not just because otherwise you lose their capacity to contribute, but it's also the feeling of being valued and belonging is important for cohesion, social cohesion, and ultimately the stability of the country.
Супер. Дякую. Пане Нітін.
I want to reframe the issue because a lot of things are important and it's always difficult to prioritize. So one thing I would say to reframe is that human capital is a very long-term process and very costly. But what is required today is improvement in human capital utilization. Is how do you actually maximize the potential of the human capital currently available? There is inactive youth. There could be more done to improve participation by women who are overburdened with care, which means provision of care, both for elderly and children. And also, if you look at the size of the spending, after defense spending, social protection is the biggest spending in the budget. So one has to look at the availability of instruments and aspirations. So if you want to do something today quickly, social protection, which is improving or improving pension system, improving welfare systems, they can essentially, that's your biggest instrument to influence what is happening in the country. Thank you.
Дякую. Це ще буде питання до пані Оксани про це, але я повернуся до пана.
Thank you, and allow me to go back to Alexei Chernyshov. We will need to let him go soon, so I just wanted to make another clarification. After today's night, I do not think that even the biggest optimists in this hall will encourage people to come back to Ukraine. Speaking about unity, it is quite a difficult thing to do when the missiles are flying over Kyiv. What does your ministry include in the notion of national unity? Is this the unity of those who are staying in Ukraine, who decided to stay and work in Ukraine, or is this a wider notion as a national unity of Ukrainians that left the country, for them to have the feeling of the unity with their motherland? So, this morning, what is the primary task for you when it comes to national unity? How do you define it? Thank you for this question. I will answer the following way. As it was already mentioned today, we are a nation of roughly 60 million Ukrainians. Approximately 31 million of Ukrainians is currently on the territory that is governed by the state. And our task is to ensure the connection between the group of Ukrainians in Ukraine and abroad. I would not like to actually divide this nation into the group. I would like to speak about a unified attitude to Ukrainians across the globe. We do not have a separate or specific attitude to Ukrainians that are currently residing in other countries. They are still part of the Ukrainian nation, and there are, in fact, Ukrainian nation. A Ukrainian nation, unfortunately, right now is dispersed in multiple countries. But this is also a question of war and other factors that contributed to the situation. So our task is to strengthen this connection, to preserve this connection, because now people have been abroad for almost 4 years. And we need to establish this connection and support this connection with these people, as well as have a certain roadmap. And for Ukrainians that have been living abroad for 10 more years, we need to recover this connection. They often say that they lack this connection. And that is why the matter of multiple citizenship is important here. And it is a historical moment, as I have already said. This is a draft bill that encourages Ukrainians to return to their roots. And 90% of Ukrainians abroad are now staying in the countries where the multiple citizenship is possible. This allows us to strengthen the connections with Ukrainians across the globe, as well as provide the opportunity to obtain the citizenship for Ukrainians that did not have this opportunity in the past decades, as well as to keep the connection with the Ukrainian community for those who are temporarily displaced in other countries and consider the options of other citizenship. That is why the primary goal for the Ministry of National Unity and the primary goal for the government is to strengthen this connection and to move ahead as a single nation, to support these processes in Ukraine and abroad. And coming back to the beginning of your question, obviously safety is crucial. This is a prerequisite for any matter of return. We are often thinking of how many people will return And what I'm trying to say is that a return home is a natural thing, but everyone has their own expectations. For some, this is the end of the war. For some, this is the development of the country. That is why people have their own expectations when it comes to return to the country. But I believe that if Ukraine is successful, if GDP is growing, if the war is over, people will be returning home. We have seen the Balkan experience, and we have seen their experience of EU accession, of reforms and economic growth. We have seen the experience of Balkan countries, of Baltic countries, we have seen the experience of Poland. We remember how many people from these countries were working abroad. And as soon as the country started the economical growth, as soon as the country started the process of EU accession, this was a driving factor for a lot of people to come back. Up to 80, 90 even % of people were considering to return home. That is why all countries of the world are now in the competition for 3 types of capital: financial capital, human capital, and technological capital. How many investments in the beginning of 2025 were made in the technological capital? That is why we need to start with step 1, stabilizing and finishing the war, economical growth and recovery, reforms, engaging Ukrainians, developing employment market, and EU accession. Alexei, I believe that no one will doubt this, but if you have some more time, do we have any estimates how many Ukrainians are considering the second citizenship? And do you think that with this opportunity we might in fact push some of the Ukrainians to leave the country, not to come back? First of all, I do encourage you to differentiate between the residence and citizenship. There is a strict difference between these notions. A person can have a citizenship of 2 countries and can reside in a 3rd country. So it is a matter of identification, not a matter of residence. And why do we need multiple citizenship? Again, for us, this is the opportunity to preserve the connection with the Ukrainians that are currently in the process of obtaining citizenship of another country. And another track here is that this is an opportunity to reconnect, to rekindle the connection of Ukrainians who left the country many years ago and who possibly have never been citizens of Ukraine and dream of becoming a citizen of Ukraine. We know that our ethnic diasporas in Canada and the US are thinking about this. But this process, within the scope of our today's discussion, is directly related to the peace and stabilizing the life in Ukraine. I do not see any concerns or risks here. This is a valid law. This is a reform that adds Ukraine to a list of modern countries, and I believe that we have a chance to implement this reform this week. Thank you. Thank you, Alexei, for joining us today. Alexei Chernyshev has joined this forum, and we will now continue the discussion with Oksana Zholnovich. So, very often we say that Ukrainians who went to European Union and faced social protection and support at a European level will be expecting the same attitude in Ukraine. Ukraine is working on the system and offers the system, but can this be a long-term strategy for us? And do we have sufficient resources for this, because we do offer this and that: free education, free healthcare, social protection, recovery of accommodation. But as of now, Parliament must also decide on the budget deficit matters. So, can we actually rely on these social programs as the encouragement to return to the country? And do we have the resources for these programs? Yes, this is not an easy question, and we do understand that right now the budget of Ministry of Social Policy is one of the highest budgets. We are already spending a lot of money to support our citizens. Are we able to spend more? This depends on all of us. But the potential to provide high quality budget for the social sphere is there. There are multiple matters related to gray market as well as renting. We have now opportunities for subsidizing accommodation, but right now we have a huge challenge because very often the apartments in Ukraine are rented in unofficial way. We definitely need to renegotiate the basic principles. We definitely need to clear our expectations, to understand what we can include in our common budget as conscious citizens. But I do not want to focus on the sums. We need to make sure that any sum of money is spent efficiently with the maximum impact. That is why we need to understand what is the primary goal for social protection and support. Very often we do not answer this question. We understand social policy in maybe some Soviet-like way, but social support is about helping a person in difficult life conditions. If a doctor wants their patients to be healthy, no one will measure the efficiency of this doctor's work through the cost of the medicine. We will see how fast the patient recovers. This will be the primary measure for us. So when a person is in a social crisis and when a person requires social support, meaning the person cannot overcome the social crisis, because if a person is able to overcome a social crisis, this means that this person does not need social support or protection. But if the person is facing certain life conditions, if the person is in need of reskilling, if the person has lost certain experience due to maternity leave and requires a special working schedule, this makes this person vulnerable. This does not allow this person to form their agenda. And this is when the social policy must help, not through providing some minimum payments, but through establishing a full-scale, complex, human-centered support. That is why we're preparing a roadmap for every individual to understand how this person can overcome their social crisis. This is how we were able to improve the service of municipal nanny for mothers with disabilities and mothers with the status of IDP, because a mother must be able to look for the employment opportunities. We also started the policy of assistance for the elderly, and right now we are in the process of procurement of these services for the IDPs with comfortable conditions, with personal space, with personal washing machine. These are the things that allow us to protect the dignity of every individual. We changed the legislation on the support for people with disabilities. That is why right now we're working on helping the person to become independent. These are new opportunities of employment. These are new social initiatives. These are benefits for the employers who are able to prepare the workspace for people with disabilities. These are the ways of defining how a person can function. These are the performance assessment that allow us to clarify not the limitations but the potential of an individual. And this is something that is already put into legislation. We're now preparing legislation acts for the primary law. We have described the path of the family with the child with disability because right now they're out of scope of social support. Right now, this is the challenge for the mother. But we're now working on the interventions. We're now working on inclusive kindergartens. We're now working on special programs for schools with the support for every child so that not any child is left behind. Do you believe that families with children with disabilities, after staying in Switzerland or after staying in Germany, will be eager to come back and to test Ukrainian system? That is why I think that they will only come back once they hear from someone in Ukraine that the life is changing here, that people are getting support here. Only in this case, these families will consider coming back. That is why our task right here and right now is to change and upgrade the services for people in Ukraine right now. Obviously, if these families talk to their friends in Ukraine and they learn that these services are not too expensive, this is just a new approach to social support. This is a creation and establishment of the social infrastructure, and this is what we actually do by procuring services from multiple providers. Thanks to our international donors, we were able to train a huge number of specialists. We are trying to pick this all up after some short-term projects to make this a long-term strategy. This applies for the public sector as well, and this allows us to open more than 300 resilience centers. This is a service that was created from scratch and that does show support for Ukrainians. Yes, social system is a good thing, but this is a long-term initiative. Olena, in the name of our discussion panel, we also have the word coordination. In the condition of wartime, how does the Office of the President coordinate interinstitutional work on human capital? Oksana here represents social sphere, but we also have healthcare, we also have education, and we need to synchronize it at the level of the institutions. How do you see this? I believe that my vision will not be primary. In this point, there is a synchronization at the level of the government, but your question more relates to different branches of the government. So the way this works is the structure. For example, I myself am a deputy head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, and I'm working with multiple ministries that define this humanitarian policy. This is the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Youth and Sport, and multiple other ministries of different directions. The same applies to my colleagues. There are overall approximately 8 deputy heads at the Office of the President of Ukraine, and we are working on specific directions with different pools of ministries. Again, this is the operational level. If we take a look at the strategic level, first of all, we have the vision of the President, we have the vision of the government, the vision of the Parliament, and these 3 vectors define a compromise that is then put on the operational level, on the level of ministries, on the implementation level. We are working on the coordination as well as the legislation within our scope. This vector for Unity was established by the President in November 2024, when the President announced the plan for Unity, when the Ministry of Unity was first introduced, and the Unity is the basis for all other initiatives. It is the 4th year of the war, and we can see that we are protected by our unity. Our unity gives us resilience. Starting from the first days of war, when we were standing together with the President, lack of unity with the partners in the first days of war led to a longer path for us, and we are able to speed it up. Our country became as well as a booster for European unity. In our opinion, unity is the first parameter that boosts all other processes in Ukraine, processes that protect us and allow us to recover.
Пані Мар'яно, Міністерство закордонних справ має дуже важливу, але дуже складну функцію. Ви
You are at the front line with Ukrainians who left the country, and this is a peculiar activity because your task is to help those people return, but very often our citizens use consular services with the purpose of not returning. They want to make their life comfortable in Europe without coming back to Ukraine ever again. So it's a tricky work that you have. On one hand, you represent the country, and on the other hand, you have to do something to motivate Ukrainians to come back. Now, what do you think Ministry of Foreign Affairs will be able to do about this? Because this is a very diplomatic work. It's what can we do to make this work? Indeed, it's a very specific activity. First of all, I want to say that the war created lots of challenges for our diplomatic service because almost 7 million Ukrainians left Ukraine, and 4 million they have temporary protection, social protection. It's in addition to those Ukrainians that live in such countries as the United States, Great Britain, Australia, Canada, and we can talk about 25 million people if we include our diaspora. The war creates many challenges. First of all, we try to maximize our first priority to protect the interests of each and every human being. And because we have to document and provide services of passportization, legal services, we also did our best since our country is being digitalized. Our services have to be simplified and they have to be digitalized. We have electronic line with our service which is called Oberi.
Ми зараз прагнемо.
We also are opening up new modules of e-services, notary services, and other services for our citizens to simplify this work, because each diplomatic institution abroad is a sort of a country in the country. And let's think about the questions of our fellow Ukrainians abroad. They are different from those questions that they had before the war. First of all, they have to document their passports, and this is our responsibility. Also, our responsibility is education. Also, compensation for destroyed property, housing. There's a great demand for this. For example, for people from Mariupol, and we have to respond to these questions as a country, and we're glad that the president initiated strengthening the capacity of our services, in addition to our service and consular services. And we have created these hubs of unity to create connections with our fellow Ukrainians. If we talk about return, it is a very important aspect. It's a priority for all of us, for the country in general. We should not lose connections with our fellow Ukrainians. We should do everything we can to be in touch with them. Now, how do we provide consular services? First of all, consular protection for our fellow Ukrainians. Second, preservation of Ukrainian identity through education. We support Sunday schools, and we create Ukrainian classes abroad. This is also very important. We opened up two schools, Ukrainian schools in Europe, in Estonia, for example. And it's not really our function of our ministry, but we understand that great number of Ukrainians, and we have to ensure availability of educational services because assimilation is taking place very quickly. We are very thankful to all our partners abroad, and if integration is taking place very quickly, it leads to assimilation. We have to prevent assimilation. This is why we have to make sure that Ukrainian kids study Ukrainian language. It's very important. We also opened up last year Ukrainian and Hungarian bilingual schools. So those are the instruments which ensure connection and help our kids study Ukrainian language and Ukrainian history, being there abroad. Also, cultural diplomacy. We try to do our best to show that to all countries of the world and our Ukrainians as well, that despite the war, Ukraine is not just standing strong and fighting back. Ukraine is a very active actor on international scene. And in terms of contemporary art, we create as many exhibitions as we can, as many film festivals as we can. We bring Ukraine abroad. Also, we support multiple citizenship. We have talked about it for a while already, but that's what we do. That's what we initiate. That's what we try to implement. Multiple citizenship, because the challenges of the war are unprecedented and new laws are being approved, and it's not an easy process, it's not a simple process, but those bills of law goes through here, and I hope that these very important laws are going to be approved. What I'm talking about here, it's the law which is going to help us keep this connection with fellow Ukrainians and help Ukrainians preserve Ukrainian citizenship. It's all about unity, and each country should have good connection with Ukraine through the institutes of citizenship. We have many Ukrainian communities abroad, and all those people wanted to have Ukrainian passport for a very long time. They wanted to work in Ukraine, but they didn't have this possibility. This is why this instrument, I believe, is very important now. If you talk about return of Ukraine, it is, I believe, a challenge for all of our country because Russia is terrorizing us on daily basis, and this is why safety is a very important thing, and we should talk here not only about all-encompassing safety, but even now, if you're going to have more air defense system, even now, even through our consular service, we have to make sure they help our people return. If humanitarian support is brought to various places, that also motivates our fellow Ukrainians to come back. Now, if we talk about return in general, a comprehensive return, it's going to take place only after the war is over, but also it depends on our partners. We are really expecting more air defense systems. Now, also, we should talk not only about physical return, but intellectual return as well. We should discuss, if there's no physical return yet, we should at least talk about intellectual return. I mean, Ukrainians could invest into Ukraine from abroad, and this is how they can support Ukraine. Mariana, thank you very much. And now we can move to Carolina and international experience. I understand that Ukrainian war with Russia created this demographic catastrophe in Europe. I wouldn't say that this is a crisis, but this is a huge demographic challenge, a huge challenge. And it's obviously a UN has some sort of experience.
Повернення вимушено переміщених осіб.
If there is any international experience of return of refugees back to their country, what can you say, Carolina?
And I mean, indeed, listening to my colleagues on the panel, all the things that have been mentioned, you know, the importance of investing in people's inclusion, connections, and unity, and making them really sincerely feel valued and part of the country is one of the key, also from our experience, conditions for people's willingness to return to the country and ability to quickly reintegrate and contribute to the recovery. The other thing that was mentioned, of course, investing in tailored social services so that also those who have specific vulnerabilities are equally able to return and reintegrate is key. Dual citizenship, civil documentation, passports, these also enable people to return in our experience. But one other thing I would like to highlight that we see through our decades of supporting voluntary return to countries of origin is the importance of free and informed decisions, that people take the decision themselves without undue pressure, and that their decision is based on access to objective information, reliable information about the key factors that, you know, they are weighing in their minds and hearts when taking a decision whether to return, when to return, where to return to. Because if you take that decision yourself, you have agency, you own the decision, and you feel a responsibility towards yourself to make it a success. And it also helps manage your expectations, because if you're, you know, imagine people who have been living for 3 or more years in Switzerland, Germany, Poland, Moldova, and so on. They have strived to learn the language, they have their children in school, hopefully employment, they are renting an apartment. To give all that up, pack your bags and come back, it's a big decision, and it's very important that you prepare well and that your expectations more or less match what you find on return. Because we also see from our experience, when people return with pressure, with too little information, not well prepared, it often leads to disappointment and frustration, and this leaves a bad taste, and it may lead people to then pack their bags and go back again and tell others, don't do what I did, and return prematurely. And this can really, that psychological and the physical impact of that shouldn't be underestimated. So as UNHCR, we launched last year an information platform called Ukraine is Home, again showing the connection to home, and also that having access to a house, an apartment to return to, we know is one of the key enablers. And this is available in Ukrainian and English. It has information about also how a short-term or a long-term return from European countries can impact on your temporary protection status, what you need to think about before returning, again, to enable people to take informed, well-prepared decisions. And we have also agreed with the Ministry of National Unity to participate and contribute to the unity hubs by being present and providing that objective information and having, putting people in contact with legal aid providers where they can get free legal advice, for example, on how to obtain their civil documents, apply for e-vidnovlenia, e-recovery for damaged property if their homes have been damaged in Ukraine and so on, to again help that preparedness, and also to support the development of the Unity app that the ministry is planning to develop and roll out. So again, it's not about painting a rosier picture or a more positive, it's about the realistic, and then making sure that the recovery priorities, which are many, as we see in the rapid disaster needs assessment, are also focusing on those key enablers for sustainable return, like housing, jobs, and social services, apart from security, of course. Thank you.
Дякую, пані Кароліно. Я би відзначив, що ухвалення...
Thank you, Carolina. I understand that objective information is very important, not only for these people, but for all of us in general. Objective information is very important. And it's a very good point that you brought. And I want to ask representative of World Bank, since it helps Ukraine to recover. Mr. Nitin, what projects in Ukraine, from the point of view of World Bank, can help bring investment into human capital so that people, so that it would motivate people to come back? Mr. Nitin, it's a question to you.
I'll question the goal. Why do we want people to come back? Why is it so critically important? And then I'll come back to an answer at the end, that it's not clear that the primary focus must be on facilitating return. Because what we have seen in societies, successful migration policy involves circular migration. It's very easy to leave. It's very easy to come back. When you start making things difficult, that's why I welcome the law on dual citizenship, because when you start making things difficult for people to leave, they start to hunker down in their host countries. They start to cement themselves there because it's a one-way street. But when it's easy to go and it's easy to come back, you will always have a significant proportion of population outside the boundaries, but they're contributing. There are more Armenians outside Armenia, but they're all contributing. So you want to create an environment where investments can come, knowledge can come back, they may have another citizenship, they may be residing half their time in Switzerland. It doesn't matter, as long as they can keep contributing here. In fact, some of them, I mean, there's a huge Indian diaspora. It's more effective outside than in India. They bring investments, they bring money, they bring know-how, connections, etc. So if you look at Silicon Valley, for example, you know, most of the CEOs of major companies are Indian. But it's important to recognize that there is actually value added when people are abroad, and it's their human capital. Now, coming back to projects, I want to make a general statement about what really is considered to be successful in the real world when it comes to delivering results. You need 4 ingredients. You need expertise, you need politics, good politics, you need a good message that people will support, and you need a good process, right? So when we are gathering to discuss items like what could work, what projects could work, we are in the realm of expertise, right? And often the discussion is very much lopsided in the area of expertise. We know what is right, we know what needs to be done, but it's a very lopsided discussion because we are not discussing the politics, the process, and the messaging. So I hope also that as you prepare for the URC, you balance it out in a sense that you are also very clear, not only about the ideas or projects that are needed, but also how you're going to implement it, what is the process for it, and if there is political backing for it, and if there is consensus among the population because you have communicated your ideas effectively, right? So that would be my sort of general idea, preamble before I go into the specifics. My favorite topics are about human development. I can talk for hours about it. There are many things that can be done. But right now, again, I come back to this issue, urgency. There is the long-term goal, and there's no luxury for that because there's no money and there's no time. So one has to prioritize on how to maximize the current human capital while making sure at least the emerging human capital does not deteriorate. What does it mean? To prevent deterioration of human capital is the obvious things. And I think there is already a system, a good system in place and a lot of reforms happening. Good childcare, healthcare reforms. So I think we're on the right track there. What is the problem right now is the human capital utilization. Even in this room, there could be people who could be doing something because they're not matched to the correct jobs and correct skills. So one, there should be an addressal of skills mismatching. So this whole thing about reskilling is being talked about a lot, but we don't know how exactly to do it. Essentially, is it upskilling? Is it reskilling? Is it through vocational training? Is it through the higher education system? Is it through the state employment services? There are so many, there's a huge ecosystem. And one answer comes through, more private sector development, which means, just like Oksana mentioned, in the sphere of social services, we need a new model, new paradigm, where there is more private sector participation. The government will not be able to do it. There needs to be a new model for Ukraine. The Soviet model was that everything is provided by the state. The state can provide the enabling environment, but the projects should do that. Projects from the World Bank should create, facilitate that enabling environment so that, for example, the ministries know how to do procurement right now, right? To procure the private sector services so that there is no corruption, that you have good pricing. You also need a financing model. Who pays for it, right? So these are the kind of things, the projects that create the ecosystem that I would advocate for and what we are actually supporting. Whether, you know, needs to be a paradigm of the money following the client. That paradigm could cut across many ministries, whether it is education, whether it is Ministry of Social Policy or health. Because the old paradigm, the Soviet paradigm, is that money follows previous funding, whatever it is. If it's infrastructure, let's just allocate X amount of money for the same infrastructure without questioning effectiveness. So I would say right now the primary things that could be done today is certain reforms to preschool education, which is happening, gaining momentum. This is wonderful. Pensions. I think there is a lot of political and messaging work that must happen so that this can also transform. It's one of the biggest expenditures in the country, and I believe everyone should be aware of it, right? That, you know, the pensions, what you're getting, what you should be expecting, people should be interested. I think people should be worried about their financial status and also be literate about what is going on. So these are the kind of the big buckets, right? Of course, there's many other things like health education, but I think those things are happening. They're on a path of equilibrium. But I think when it comes to this immediate priorities, which is about reducing burden of childcare on women, reducing burden of elderly care on women, which is long-term care, these are the kind of areas and projects that I would emphasize. Thank you.
Дуже дякую. Це дуже доречне зауваження. У мене ще по...
Thank you. This is a great comment. I have another question for all participants, but I will ask you to be laconic. And Oksana, I would like to ask you, Nitin mentioned this new social policy vector, and I wanted to ask you, in the process of development and implementation of this new social policy, how do you coordinate with other institutions? Because this is also relevant for the Ministry of Education, for the Ministry of Healthcare, and these interactions must be coordinated. Again, our discussion panel is devoted to the topic of synchronizing and coordination. How smooth is this coordination? I think that everyone understands that we do need to change, because this is the way for us to survive. And I would say that our coordination is quite well. We were able to empower social workers at the healthcare institutions, as well as implemented multiple services on rehabilitation. These are the examples of cooperation that we never had before. Another example of service of assisted living, etc. This is another cooperation. Again, we also have a cooperation with the Ministry of Digital Infrastructure, and we also work with the Ministry of Restoration in order to work at the regional level. Basically, we work with every ministry. I remember that I was trying to understand what kind of ministries we did not cooperate with, but we did not find any. So yes, it's maybe one or two ministries that we haven't worked yet, but we will fix it in the future. Okay, then are there any issues? Are there any bottlenecks? You know, we do not have bottlenecks as is, but it is just a long way. Everything, any topic related to a human being takes time. You cannot just come to someone and say, okay, starting from tomorrow, you will live in another facility. It is also a cultural dimension, the understanding of values. We cannot do this in one day, but we definitely need to do this, because these changes will become obvious step by step. A lot of people are already talking about social support and social protection for the veterans. No one says, okay, let's put them in one place, let's keep them away from work. We all understand that the life goes on, and we need to create a system of motivation that will help a person to continue their independent living, to make these people visible. But again, this is not a 100% smooth process. Obviously, sometimes we might face certain challenges, and sometimes, but we are always able to work with them. But what I would like to emphasize for the URC community, oh yes, I will ask you a bit later about this, so allow me to pause here. I would like to ask Mariana, so you mentioned diaspora, and how do you work with this community? I believe that you are on parallel tracks with Mr. Chernyshov. So is this the Ministry of National Unity or the Ministry of External Affairs? I believe that we have certain overlaps, but obviously this is our scope. We understand that we have always worked with diaspora. This is the mandate for our ministry. That is why it is important for us to listen to the voice of the community. Every embassy creates specific platforms, and we have so many platforms after the full-scale invasion started. We have 3 times more Ukrainian organizations abroad. For us, cooperation with every community is important, because this is a powerful voice and this is a soft power of Ukrainian diplomacy. For cases when we cannot achieve the results through governmental initiatives, the voice of the community, the voice of Ukrainians abroad is important. And we could see how this voice works in the past 3 years. We had multiple campaigns on F-16 planes, on frozen assets, on EU accession and NATO accession. Ukrainian community abroad is basically a community of national ambassadors. They might have citizenship of other countries, but if they participate in the advocacy for Ukrainian interests, this is the power of diplomacy. Thank you. Carolina, I have a question to you. How do you assess, based on your experience, the efforts to organize the return of Ukrainians to Ukraine on the institutional level? What are the strong sides and what are the weak sides? We have a lot of optimistic opinions here today, but what about pessimistic ones?
Well, I think as has come out in the discussion so far, there are multiple factors that will enable the Ukrainians abroad to take these free, informed, well-prepared decisions to return and then have that return successful. It's linked to information, documentation, access to social services, housing, reskilling, employment, community links, and so on. So I think the recognition that this is not creating those enabling conditions that make people able to exercise their right to return is not a one-actor responsibility. So I think the cooperation among different ministries, government institutions, but also partnerships with international partners is really key. And what is important is that those expertise and competencies and responsibilities are geared towards a common, clear objective. What is it we are trying to achieve? And in that sense, defining what is the kind of the human capital policy or strategy. Is it to have as many Ukrainians as possible return, or is it to have as many Ukrainians as possible keep their citizenship and their connections and links and contribute to the country's recovery and prosperity from wherever they are, and so on, that this is clearly defined so that we're all working towards the same goal from the different areas. And I think here it is a forum like this is a very good opportunity to define some of those, the common vision, but it's something also I think that will require further development. You know, it's not an immediate, it's a longer term process and very much informed by what the people themselves say will enable them to feel unity and contribute.
Дякую. Пане Нітін, я попросив...
Thank you. Nitin, I would like you to elaborate on the reskilling concept. The structure of economy of Ukraine changes due to the impact of war, and a person who previously worked at some heavy metal plant will not be able to come back to this plant because the nature of the plant might disappear due to war. You mentioned that reskilling is another important topic that we need to pay attention to, and maybe not everyone here uses their skills to the maximum, but is there any global example when the country approaches the topic of reskilling on a global level? Is there any example or experience that Ukraine can learn from, or will we be the pioneers?
Very good question. I'll answer it. 2 seconds to go back to the question you asked Oksana, because I think I would come to the defense of Oksana and reverse it. What are other ministries doing to coordinate policies with Ministry of Social Policy? And this brings us to a slightly broader issue, is that ministries tend to think of what they are doing is the thing that they need to focus on. But there are certain reforms, like reskilling, education, it cuts across. There is Ministry of Economy worrying about it. There is Ministry of Education. Pensions should be something that is everybody's collective responsibility, right? It's the biggest single expenditure in the country, right? So if you touch it, you can affect many other things because there'll be more money for education, more money for health, more money for defense. For example, I'm not saying there can be, but theoretically. So I think it's not just the single ministry responsibility. So reskilling is that type of problem, that you cannot have a single ministry be responsible for it. If you think about it, you need a base. The base comes from preschool education. If children don't have certain values and a basic level of education, and I'm not talking about reading and writing, they all get it here, but this is socio-emotional skills. How do you behave as an adult? Do you have a resilient personality? Are you able to be creative? Do you have critical thinking? Do you question authority in a constructive way? These are the kind of skills that you put as a base. On top of that, you can do reskilling later. If that's missed, we all know very well biologically, the brain, essentially most of it is developed within 3 to 4 years of life. So if you don't catch that, you can do all the reskilling training you want, but if this brain is not developed, you're not going to get very far. This is the problem in India, for example. Due to lack of basic education, a lot of reskilling programs will give you very low yield. Fortunately, in Ukraine, there is very strong education system, but I think the preschool education needed strengthening. This is happening. I'm really wonderful. I'm really happy to see that. So on the reskilling, I think there needs to be a coordination. Right now, there is a complete diversity of reskilling, right? So from centers run by Ministry of Economy to higher education centers, there's too much diffusion. Money is going all over the place and is not concentrated on where it is needed. Essentially, that money, part of it, could be used to activate the private sector. We know internationally that majority, if not majority, but a significant portion of reskilling happens at work, essentially, on the jobs, through experience. But companies don't want to take on this cost because they think, one, they may be mobilized, two, they may just get trained and leave me. So this is a market failure. You need to have the government come in with a program saying that we guarantee the training costs, but we will make sure that, and then the companies are happy because then they don't, basically if they like the person and, it works out, it's not costly to them, they will provide the training, essentially. So you need to have this ecosystem of private and public partnerships. And so creating that enabling environment is through policy. You need to have the right regulation for it, and also you need to have the right incentives, putting some money into it, right? It could be a form of wage subsidies. This is well known, is that you pay a certain amount of the salary for a certain period of time. It could be grants given to companies, right? But you need to involve the private sector. That would be my bottom line, is that. Thank you.
Дякую. Пані Олено, я вас спеціально...
Thank you. Olena, I wanted to leave the last question within this part to you. I have more of a visionary question to you. So again, coming back to the question of unity, this was the primary bullet point presented by the president. Unity was the first word highlighted in his announcement. So what does the president include in the notion of unity as of now? Allow me to say this, that starting from November, when he presented the program, we did have certain amounts, but at the visionary level, nothing changed. And the points presented within the unity plan remain the same. We were able to achieve certain announced initiatives. The Ministry of Unity that was established and the strategy of this ministry is aligned with the visionary vector that was presented in November 2024. Right now, the matter of return to Ukraine, the matter of alignment of all government institutions, moral and psychological unity, and unity with the partners, they all come together to this question, to this meaning of unity. However, we have more prioritized directions that are related to our discussion today. And number one our top priority when it comes to unity for Ukrainians, and their return to Ukraine is safety. And here we have several tasks defined by the President to encourage the return to Ukraine. First of all, this is the provision of shelters and development of shelters for the schools, as well as establishment of underground schools. Last year, the subvention for equipping a safe environment in different school areas was approximately 2.5 billion. And this was the highest budget for the educational infrastructure. It is just one example, and for every direction there is a presidential priority defined. And when answering the first question, I mentioned that we are in alignment with different ministries. This is actually my scope of work to remove the barriers and bottlenecks that we might have in this huge governmental mechanism to achieve the tasks set by the President.
Меншало на 5 хвилин часу, а це
Looks like we have time for a short question before we break. It's going to be a simple question. We have less than a month till URC. If you have a possibility for our partners to send one message for this URC, what message is this going to be? Very briefly, in one sentence, what is going to be the most important thing? What message should we bring to our partners? Let's begin with you. I would explain once again, for those who don't understand it, that Ukrainian army is protecting not Ukraine. It protects Europe, European values. And the fact that we are going to have URC and everyone is well dressed there, it's thanks to our defenders, our army. And I would encourage everyone to get together and support Ukrainian army. I would want to emphasize that Ukraine today is the place of unique force, of unique power, of unique experience. We see the turbulence in the world, and there are different things that indicate that our practices of our responses, of our humanitarian aid, which is digitalized, also our other responses, our provision of prosthetics, our best practices, and we can share all those experiences. We have skills, we have experience, we are advanced, we are ahead of others, and this is something which strengthens not just Ukraine, but it strengthens the whole Europe. Today, at the front line, as Olena said already here, we are at the front line of all Europe and human capital here. We support not just human capital of Ukraine, not just strength of Ukraine, but our collective strength. This is why I would like thank all our international partners and thank them for all their support. And I would encourage them to focus further on the support. Well, you are going to have, Mariana, very briefly, investment in Ukraine and Ukrainian people. It's investment in our common safety.
The importance of really leveraging the whole of society. We saw in February 2022 of how the whole society, volunteers, community-led organizations, the defenders, humanitarians, everyone came out with a common mission to support those fleeing, impacted by the war, and how that whole of society response has helped, I think, build this unity and resilience of the country, and to remember and keep that approach throughout this very, very long ultramarathon. And there, I'm very grateful to all the IDP Council representatives and community-led organizations that are here throughout the day to contribute, because they also play a key role in this.
Дякую, пане Нікін.
look at it from this perspective. What is URC? It's an opportunity to get financing for Ukraine. Very important, right? And I think ideas will be good, but what is even better if you actually also demonstrate how you're going to implement these things to be credible to the donors. And I think here, there will be plenty of talk about growth, private sector development. What is underrepresented in URC is the human capital and social dimension. So the message should be clear. What's the vision for social sustainability? It's inclusion, cohesion, resilience, legitimacy, how you're going to engage the citizen. If you are able to project that very clearly, then you can then explain that it's very important not only to have economic recovery, but the foundation for it is social sustainability.
Дуже дякую. Дякую всім панелістам, дякую вам. У вас буде можливість зараз обговорити, почути за філіжанкою кави, і через максимум 20 хвилин ми продовжимо в цій же ж залі. Кава там.
Now we have a break and we are going to continue in about 20 minutes.
більше, що
I believe we can begin. Thank you, all participants that are coming back. I'm pretty sure that people are going to be interested in listening to Olga Altunina. She's the head of IDP Council. She is working with IDPs in Kyiv, and she's the head of the IDP Council. And Ola, it's going to be a very interesting presentation. Hello, all participants. I understand that you're all feeling good after coffee, and I think we can talk today now about things which are important. I'm glad that I'm thankful for being invited here. We can now discuss the most important things about the search of work with dignity for those people who left their homes and moved to other communities. I represent the community which accepted about 500,000 IDPs. You know that today in Ukraine we have 4.6 IDPs in Ukraine, so about 10% of all IDPs settled down in Kyiv now. When we did a research and tried to understand why people decided to settle down in Kyiv, the answer was they expected to find a job here in Kyiv. So economic factor was the most important here. Like I said, we have a questionnaire, and we understood that there is that 64 IDPs in Kyiv, they plan to remain in Kyiv further. And I want you to understand that I'm not just talking about Kyiv now. I am pretty sure that the situation is very much the same in all receiving communities. Now, 27% of all IDPs, they are employed. The rest work either remotely or those are people, retired people or young people, and that's why they don't work. And the demand of IDPs for jobs is 17%. 17% of IDPs, they are searching for a job. And another thing that we saw after this study is that in the past 2-3 years, employment centers help to find employment about 8,000 IDPs. I see this number is very small. Only such a small number of people were able to find jobs through employment centers. And IDPs, they use not just employment centers, they also use such sites as work.ua, employment.ua, and why they don't use employment centers is because they believe that employment centers have very poor offers. They offer hard labor jobs with very low pay. Now, I told you 8,000 IDPs were able to find jobs thanks to employment centers. And over about 400 people received micro grants, and I think more people received proper grants. As you understand, 500,000 IDPs is a very small number, and we believe that the problem is that we have to go down to a local level and understand that it's a task not just for the country, but for communities as well, local communities, those communities that received, accepted, welcomed those IDPs, because they deal with employers and they can have a positive impact on this situation. There is also an issue of discrimination among IDPs, and 32% of IDPs indicated that they faced discriminations for various reasons, disabilities, age, and also there were 12% of IDPs which were ignored by employers just because those people were IDPs. What does this mean? It means that the employer is cautious about employing IDPs because they are afraid that IDPs, after all the training and support, they're going to leave. No, but 74% of IDPs, they are not planning to go back to their previous place of residence. If No, three areas, reasons why people don't get employed. They don't meet expectations of employers. And we have to understand that we have people from different regions of here in Kiev now, IDPs, and they don't have the experience that is expected here in Kiev. So they are just not skilled for the jobs which are available in Kiev. So they have other experience which they cannot apply here in Kiev. Also, IDPs don't have documents about higher education. They lost their documents. And unfortunately, it's very hard to recover those documents. And this is why it's another reason for them to have problems with employment. And the job offers are limited, and the IDPs find it difficult to find jobs. And again, discrimination and stigmatization, despite the fact, even though we have a very high level of solidarity in society, we still have cases of prejudice, cases of discrimination and stigma. Now, if you talk about if you want me to be constructive, I have to be constructive. I could talk with you about people's stories, about people's cases, people that lost their homes, people that didn't receive a second chance to start a business, to find a worthy job. And this is why on the next slide I want to tell you that this situation has to be changed. And for that, we have to start a program on employment of IDPs, or even a national strategy. We have to develop a national strategy. If we view this category of IDPs, we will be able to understand their needs through various platforms, through various instruments. We have to understand their needs, their expectations, their skills, experience, and how their problems can be resolved. Also, we have to think about how we can involve businesses and how we can help IDPs begin businesses, and how we can involve communities, because it's those communities who are going to have those IDPs working with them and for them. We know that many communities that are providing homes for IDPs, one of their conditions is that those people have to be employed. And even Ministry of Social Policy, when they decided on payments for IDPs, they had criteria that this IDP had to be employed. And if the person is not employed, it has to be registered with employment center. So what are we talking about here? We say that we have to ensure independence of IDPs, self-reliance of IDPs. Now, last year I got to know that their employment centers provide vouchers for people, for elderly people, and those vouchers, when I started to ask IDPs that do they know about those vouchers from employment center, only 400 people received such vouchers for additional training, for free of charge training. So people don't even know about this program of vouchers, and it's a sad story. I personally myself received this voucher, and I study at the University of Shevchenko, and I'm very thankful for the government that for this program I have a chance to receive the next higher education at Shevchenko University. And we have to look closely at the problems and the needs of IDPs so that we will be able to address those needs and problems properly. Also, we have to understand how we can resolve those problems in a prompt manner. Now, you have noticed that we are preparing for the next panel.
Був сконцентрований праця.
And we already started to talk about labor, employment, labor market, and what Ukraine's economy is going to need. And we are going to discuss now how we educate IDPs, how we train those people for the jobs which are going to be in demand. Now we're going to have Alexander Lisovy, the Minister of Education, also the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Economy here as well, and someone on gender equality, Serko Zhemyakho, Agro Trade Group and the head of chapter, and also Serhiy Panasiuk, the head of IDP at Rivno Oblast Administration. And it is my honor to present you all. Valery Packer is going to be a moderator of this panel. He is a tutor at Kyiv Mohyla Academy. And it's good that we have him here because we will be able to hear his point of view on all these issues. Now, what are we going to need? We are going to need microphones and we are going to need clickers. Clicker. We got clicker. And we are waiting for microphones. Here they are. Here they come. We got clickers, we got mics, we got water. We got everything we need. Now, the floor is yours. Hello, dear everyone. Let's have a good look now have a fresh look at the labor market. Obviously, a labor market has changed tremendously. Not just because almost 10 million people are IDPs now. We are hoping that those that went abroad, we are hoping that they are going to come back. And manufacturing powers changed, plants, factories had changed their location, their logistics. And we are going to discuss all of this today. And today, as you remember, we are talking about the human capital, about the dimension of human capital. And we are going to touch upon three topics here. First, economic recovery. Second, gender issues and social issues. And let's begin with I would begin with education, because education is the basis, is the foundation. So how about you, Oksana? Lots of people moved, were internally displaced. Lots of employment spots were abandoned. And people that reappear, they are not necessarily perfectly skilled for those jobs. And we somehow, how can we help those people find a new place of employment which would meet their needs? And it's good that we have so many people in the room, because this information is going to be further spread. And obviously, we are all hoping that businesses and society are in the same wave, are vibrating in the same fashion. So how about we have 3 minutes for a presentation?
Thank you, Valery. Thank you for inviting me to this forum. For us, human capital is a top priority, and education, in my subjective opinion is key here. But I believe that this is also true. We're speaking about quantitative indicators. We have demographic losses due to war, due to the terror against Ukraine, due to genocide. We also have demographic losses due to migration, and we also have internal migration, as well as losses in the productivity of Ukrainians. This is where the education becomes the factor for returning to Ukraine and the quick reintegration for IDPs, quick adaptation for them in the employment market. And what do we do for this? Unfortunately, we entered the war with issues that existed long before. This is still post-Soviet tempo of the development, cargo cult of the higher education with various degrees, without any focus on the labor market. As a result, we have the crisis in this sphere, and our goal here is to rationalize the educational ecosystem so that education provides applied knowledge that is focused on the labor market, that is focused on the social development. And our goal is to make Ukrainian education system attractive for Ukrainians who are currently abroad, so that this is one of the factors for them to return to Ukraine. Are we there yet? Unfortunately, no. As of now, roughly 1 million of young people are studying in schools, in universities abroad. These are the people that will be making the decision at a certain point of their life where to go to get further education. Students that are graduating from British and Polish schools make the decision about the university to enroll to. I do want them to choose Ukrainian universities, but for this we need to conduct the reforms of higher education system. Another stereotypical issue is higher education and professional education, vocational education, and we also need to make these systems attractive. We need to establish a fast track for both a young person and an adult by infrastructural reforms, by systematic reforms that we include in the law for vocational training that is pending reading in the nearest weeks. This is the improvement of the vocational schools. This is voucher-based programs. These are temporary reskilling programs. We need to provide the opportunity to find a new role for an individual, find a new employer, and establish the track for one's own business. So if we speak about higher education, these are our top priorities, and this is what we focus on in order to bring people back to Ukraine and in order to provide a better integration for IDPs. Thank you. Now let's focus on the resources and reserves. One of the primary resources for the labor market are veterans. We are familiar with the experience of countries where veterans create immense added value, and we also have the examples of countries that failed to do so for the veterans and for the national economy. So when talking to the veteran organizations, all of them speak about the principles of integration. It is not the veteran that must adapt to the conditions of the society, but vice versa. Natalia, in your opinion, is the labor market ready to adapt? Well, it is preparing. this is a work in progress, but let's start with certain numbers. We have 1.5 million veterans in Ukraine. This is a huge part of the labor market. Unfortunately, both the defense of the country and the recovery of the country is our generation's responsibility. What do we do? What do multiple NGOs do? Here we have multiple tracks. Veterans consider multiple options. They are considering coming back to their previous place of employment, and this is a unique practice that was first established in Ukraine. No other country conscripted combatants after the age of 60. That is why our veteran policy is a unique experience. We do not borrow from experience of other countries. We have all age groups presented in the military. We have combatants that were successful in their civilian life. And we also have Всеволод Кожемяко joining us online. We have a lot of combatants with immense civilian experience. So in most cases, we speak about returning to civil life, returning to previous place of employment. And depending on the industry, depending on the sector and the efforts of the employer, 40 to 60% of veterans that resigned due to health conditions. So a combatant goes through rehabilitation process, through adapting the workspace according to the needs of the ex-combatant, and 40 to 60% of veterans are able to come back to their previous place of employment. One of the challenges here, as of today, is that the salary in the military is higher than the salary in the labor market. That is why a person is used to a certain level of salary in the military. That is why we need to meet each other halfway. And this is where employers play a crucial role when offering competitive salary to the veteran with the opportunity to fulfill their potential. Combat experience is valuable experience, unique experience. That is why very often veterans are looking for conscious and meaningful places of employment. In the past 2 weeks, more than 100 companies signed a very important initiative on veteran-friendly employment. I am happy to see that this initiative derived from the business. Businesses spoke up and said that we want to employ veterans. This is not a charity case. This is a pragmatic approach. And we were able to create a list of 12 principles of a veteran-friendly employment that cover various issues, starting with the leadership of the manager, through veteran employment and the creation of corresponding policies in the company, and as well as through adapting the services and space for the veterans' needs. Based on this, we developed practical guidelines that are available publicly. We shared them with the governmental institutions and municipal institutions, and you can also order a team of HRs and psychologists that will set up veterans policy in your company according to your needs. Another big focus for us and the National Agency of Qualification is combat experience interpreted in civil life. We now have way more specializations in the military, and we're now working on standardizing these specializations together with the private sector in the sphere of job boards, Работа.ua and Work.ua. We are able to show priority CVs of the veterans. When veteran goes to a job board, the system helps the veteran to create his or her CV. They are able to provide information on their combat experience, and then the system prepares the CV that will be easy to read for a civilian employer. Another track is veteran entrepreneurship. We have the Ministry of Economy with supporting programs. We have several programs at the Ministry of Veteran Affairs. We were able to support more than 2,500 veteran entrepreneurs, and we even have unique cases when people serve in the military and continue their own business, leading their own business. Now, another law on veteran entrepreneurship is pending reading in the Parliament for us to set this up in the legislation level so that we can further work at the national level and with our international partners. Lastly, a very important component for the work with the veterans is veterans' family. I always say that I want to build a country, and our veteran policy is aimed at the opportunity for the veteran to purchase a car, to be economically capable, to be independent. But here, the importance of family cannot be underestimated, starting from the point when the person starts serving in the military, when the family goes through the difficult stages of the matters related to prisoners of war, related to lack of connection with the military, and eventually the death of the combatant. We need to include this at the program level. We cannot say that the veteran will come home and will be relying on the resources of the family. Veterans' families also need support, and this is a must for us. Thank you, Natalia. I would like to give the floor to Всеволод Kojemako to take a look at this issue from the different viewpoint. Всеволод, you are an entrepreneur, and at the same time, you're also among people, among veterans. People who are hoping to come back to civilian life. What are your observations? What are the basic principles that we need to take into account in order to boost the reintegration for veterans in the economy? Greetings. Thank you for inviting me to this forum. I would like to express my condolences to the families of people who died today in Kyiv, and I would like to express the words of support to those who suffered from today's attack. I am mostly among people who are currently serving in the military, and we have a certain vision for some reason. When we are discussing the labor market, we do not consider job opportunities in the armed forces. I do understand that there are certain risks to these job opportunities, risks to lives, but we all risk our lives. And as today shows, we risk our lives every day. However, we need to understand that armed forces of Ukraine right now are the biggest employer in the country. And we have multiple segments where we need people with civilian professions. For example, there are a lot of professions. Obviously, there are combatants who are placed on the front line, who are implementing specific military operations, but there are also people that take part in the provision part, in safeguarding part. These are multiple civilian professions. These are logistics, finance, these are HR, cooperation specialists. And these professions are not currently in the scope of academia. These professions are not included in university curriculum. Unfortunately, right now we do not see any advancements in the development of higher education. As the minister mentioned, unfortunately this system right now is far from the reality. So this is something that I wanted to share as an observation. So for people joining the army now, for example, joining Hartia, the approach can be different. They have the opportunities for professional development. We teach people how to perform civilian tasks. And when people are coming back to civil life, in a correct military unit, they will always be popular. They will always have competitive advantage according to the profession that they have chosen. So for them, this return to civil life will not be complicated at all. And for people in the military, I believe that, maybe this is my subjective opinion, I believe that people think about families. Not many people think about what they will do after they come back to civil life. For them, the primary goal is to get through. I'm very thankful to the President of Ukraine for the effort in the establishment of peace in Ukraine. However, as of today, I do not quite believe in this. And what I see on the front line, I think we will still need some time to be at war in the nearest future. Ukrainians can join the military and be useful in different professions, in different roles. Thank you, Vsevolod. Overall, the armed forces of Ukraine are most likely the biggest employer in Ukraine, and as Natalia says, this is also the employer with the highest salaries. Yeah, allow me just to add one more comment. I'm sorry for interrupting. This will stay the same even after war. Obviously, right now we cannot predict the end of the war, but we need to develop modern and professional army. This must be the most prestigious employment opportunity. This will always be our primary direction of employment and the sphere of national security. Thank you, Vsevolod. Thank you. I do hope that we will be able to see the time when Ukrposhta will be the biggest employer in Ukraine. But now let's talk about another resource, unemployment. We now have 11% unemployment rate. Obviously, a lot of employers might find this funny because on the one hand, we do know that unemployment is at a much higher rate, and on the other hand, there is another side of this coin. We now have a lot of vacancies, and we see that there are more vacancies than those people that are registered as unemployed. We do have some ways to overcome this gap. However, it is obvious that this is one of the elements of the national policy. We also have the information that the ministry is developing the strategy on employment. So what are the key points here? And what can we do to work with this dual unemployment? Thank you, Valerie. Greetings, dear participants. In fact, unemployment is not our biggest issue as of now. When we're speaking about economical activity of individuals, we need to identify several groups. Unemployed people are those who are looking for a job and are ready to start a job in the nearest 2 weeks. However, there is also a category of people that can be labeled as, according to the methodology of the International Employment Organization, these are economically inactive people. They might look for job opportunities from time to time, but these are not people that are working in the shade. They might be working on their farms, and they do not participate in the economy systematically. So together with the Institute of Demographics, we were able to calculate the numbers, and we actually were truly astonished. This is approximately 10 million of people, economically inactive people. And another group is people in the gray economy, earning bare minimum or receiving their salaries in the envelopes. Obviously, the strategy for the employment that we're currently working on is aimed at finding the solution to bring unemployed people and people that are economically inactive, bring them back to economy, because we do understand that this directly impacts our GDP as well as taxes that finance the armed forces of Ukraine. And this strategy is a document that is under high control of the European Commission. This is the document that is developed under the facility plan, and this document is the basis for receiving financing from European Union. I'm really happy to see those who are helping us to work with the strategy in this whole. And I also understand that here we have a lot of representatives of the public sector. So for you, this strategy will be a very hands-on document, since this will be the action plan for the government, the business, and the public society to overcome the issues and challenges that I mentioned before. And here, the key point is that the government, the state, due to lack of resources, will not be able to overcome these challenges, specifically on the labor market. That is why we encourage all of you, public sector, private sector, we encourage you to participate in this, to reduce the number of economically inactive people. We have great example of how this can be done. We have employers that are taking the lead, that are piloting the initiatives. We have Scania teaching women to drive trucks, or we have another energy company that provides training for women in the energy sector, because we do understand that the majority of men are currently combatants, and women have a huge responsibility for the state to obtain new knowledge and to fill in the positions that, not to say stereotypically male, but positions where women were often underrepresented. These are the positions with the higher salary rates, because we do see that there is a gap between salary rates for men and for women. Several public organizations can also participate in teaching and reskilling Ukrainians. During URC in Rome, we will also discuss the initiative Skills Alliance. Maybe you were able to track this initiative as well. Right now, we already have 80 partners in reskilling programs that are able to provide reskilling initiatives for 200,000, 300,000 Ukrainians yearly. We were able already to provide reskilling opportunities for more than 100,000 Ukrainians. Honestly, this is not a very big number, because the challenge is much bigger, but this is the initiative that is constantly developing. And it is important to say that once we have this strategy for employment, once we have specific steps that we need to accomplish, once we have Skills Alliance. With the financing from our partners, we will be able to align this financing with our needs, and we will be needing the representatives of the public sector and private sector that will be able to absorb this financing and create the programs of reskilling and upskilling that will be included in this strategy. To sum up, the strategy is aimed at providing lifetime learning opportunities. This is not very typical for us. We are used to working in the same profession throughout life. However, structural unemployment, when the skills do not match the employer's needs, when the economy has changed, when the territories of the economy have changed, require us to update our skills regularly and obtain skills that we did not have before. Another important thing is strengthening and empowering state employment services that are responsible for working with the economy in shade. And Valerie, as you have mentioned, our data, the data that we have right now, unfortunately, is not up to date, since a lot of people do not register themselves as unemployed. That is why we need to look for other verified sources of the data. That is why institutional empowerment through digitalization and Work in Ukraine app that will be a single source of truth on the job opportunities is something that we work on. Lastly, I would like to say that reskilling and upskilling should not happen in silos. It is easy to say how many programs we organized and how many people we taught, but in order to track the development of the labor market, we need to see the employment rates after reskilling and upskilling. We need to see the rate of employment in the industries that impact our GDP the most, that create the added value the most. That is why in our strategy we identify the spheres for including human capital with the top priority. These are, first of all, recycling in multiple spheres of economy. This is Miltech, as Natalia has mentioned, as Vsevolod has mentioned. This is another priority for us, and we expect to see more veterans employed in this sphere with the opportunity to apply their combat experience. Obviously, this is also construction and recovery, anything that is related to physical recovery for the country. And obviously, this is green energy and other means of recovery. These are medical professions. These are professions related to mental health.
Indeed, the situation is not simple. With repatriation, Katerina, you have already talked about a female driver of Scania. Indeed, we will have to revise our perception of job market, and so that women would be able to have new jobs for themselves. It's not just that a woman has to feel comfortable in various areas. When we talk about politics, about gender politics, it is important to understand that we are talking about politics which relates not to women only, but also it relates to rights of men and women. On one hand, I pay a lot of attention to issues of discrimination of women, and on the other hand, we also have to discuss rights and obligations as they are formulated in our legislation and in our vision. And here I would like you to turn on a presentation, and I want to show you 2 slides. I agree with former presenters that as for the importance of strengthening or decrease of economic inactivity of people, because we know that economic inactivity of women is a lot higher than inactivity of men. I remember that in 2021 the difference was about 15%. It's a huge gap. Huge difference. So what we have to look at in the first place is our heads, what is in our heads, and the stereotypes. And when we say that this is these areas are for women and these jobs are not for women, we shouldn't be so stigmatizing, because this is why we have all those barriers which prevent us from moving forward, because indeed there are some areas which is masculine and some areas which are feminine, and today indeed we have to pay a lot more attention to things such as education, retraining, formation of new approaches to education. And on one hand, we have here a strategy of gender equality, which has been developed by the Ministry of Education and approved. But our strategic approach, it is very important to bring our strategies to a practical level, because we have examples when state or government with international organizations, they were involved in retraining of women and actually even trained them to be long-distance drivers. And not many women began to work as long-distance as truck drivers. And it's not because they lacked experience, qualification. It was because there was a lack of social infrastructure, and it was impossible to combine the obligations as a working person, as a family person. And for example, we have this problem that the lack of kindergartens is a problem. And then also the issue of safety and nuclear policy. Without safety, we cannot ensure or implement all our intentions just because of those safety issues. And this is why a new national plan of actions for implementation of UN resolution, Women, World and Peace, which is being developed by a broad coalition of NGOs, international partners. It provides a holistic approach to safety, not just the absence of war. We are talking about necessity of renovation at all levels, regional, local, national, and the gender component has to be included. And we have here, this is where we have to understand what human capital is all about, what gender equality is all about. It should be the essence of all policies, and without any doubt, those things have to be included in all projects of international support. And we monitor this process, and we see that we have more and more of such projects, but nevertheless, those projects are often just formal. I don't have time here to speak about all instruments, but let's ask a question. Do we have enough of those instruments? Are we good at implementing our strategies? And should we form our strategic views? Shall we consider all the barriers, or shall we get to acquainted with the instruments that we have at the moment? Thank you. Thank you for your applause. And since Natalia has to go, these applause for Natalia. And now I have a question to Ilya. there's no a single country with which we can change our policies. There's not a single country which was in this situation in which Ukraine is today. And the question is, from your point of view, what experience of other countries would be relevant here, and what your team is doing in order to bring that experience here to Ukraine?
Well, thank you very much, and thanks also for this opportunity. Maybe just to say, in a context setting also for why human capital is so important and why recovery and return is so important. If you think that the recent RDNA said that $524 billion worth of damages and each are in Ukraine. But if you consider that 1/3 of that recovery effort will actually come from the private sector and from business enterprises, then it really also shows the importance of why investments into both education but also new vocational trainings and making the community and the human capital ready for the changing marketplace is so important. And I think that's really what we as UNDP trying to do as well. We're very fortunate that we work with a number of ministries here, actually all the ministries here on the panel and many others as well, in terms of working on new mechanisms of how to also create employment generation areas. So we've identified, and I'll go very quickly through it, maybe 7 areas that are challenging also for Ukraine. The first is really around the labor markets and that they are changing. And I think that's where it's really important to also look at schools, investment in schools, and how to also restore schools. UNDP is working on 156 schools and restored them in various forms so that the education system in schools can also be upgraded. But also upgrading employment service centers. We heard the Minister of Economy and others mention that is just as important. And then also looking at a changing digital landscape and how to make people, whether it's sometimes elderly, people literate in vocational and especially in digital landscape is really important. The second is really around the evolving economic landscape. And what we also see is that economically the country is evolving, but also because of the war and new situations. So we see investments in vocational education training centers as really important. It is something that has kind of was originally many years ago very popular in Ukraine, but then has lost some of its interest. But we find that new markets are being created and that the economic landscape require now a lot of investments in construction, a lot of investments in green economy, in digital services, and other new areas needs to be developed. And we find that working with vocational education training centers is very important to create these new skills and also make sure the evolving economic landscape can be adapted. The third is really around local job creation. We know that, as we heard before also in the main presentation, that national and local investments in communities is going to become more and more important. So how to create jobs also at the local level will become very important. We work there both at the Romada level, but also creating what we call digital employment services, where they go out to communities and also create opportunities both for entrepreneurship, but also for small and medium enterprises to be developed and what skills and what requirements there are. Obviously, the fourth one is around the ecosystem of human capital and business development. We work very closely with the Minister of Economy also on the Made for Ukraine initiative. 100 new recovery areas will be put up throughout Ukraine where people get access to government funding, but they also create new skills and new opportunities and also connect both to international value chains that will help Ukraine production, and that's actually a very important area as well. The fifth is really around inclusive societies and how to create inclusive economic opportunities. And I think what was mentioned here around gender importance and how to also get more women involved in different job creation opportunities and creating employment opportunities for them is going to be important. We also focus on people with disabilities, creating opportunities, especially if we see a lot of people with disabilities are now unfortunately becoming a reality for Ukraine, and how to address also those that have been impacted by the war often because of their disabilities. But also looking at elderly and how to engage them in the job market is becoming more and more important. Maybe just the sixth point is really around return of veterans. We see the massive market that will have to be created for veterans by either through reskilling initiatives or also through new opportunities where veterans can get employment opportunities, can start up businesses, and also create new jobs for them will be a central part. So we work very closely there with the Ministry of Veterans Affairs as well. And then we work with the Ministry of Digital Transformation also on creating digital platforms where people can get information and opportunities for job creation and skill creation. So I think all of these areas are critically important. Maybe just lastly, it is also important, and we work with a number of ministries and local authorities as well, of creating the right data of what are the future needs of Ukraine going to be, and where are the jobs and skills going to come from to also help create these opportunities. And I think a number of research initiatives that we have launched bring out what are the needs, what are the growing needs, and what are the sectoral areas that also will be required in building the human capital for Ukraine into the future, so that it also becomes resilient and strong. Дякую.
Дуже дякую за всю ту підтримку, яку
Thank you so very much for all your support. And I have a question for you.
нормальне.
We are talking about live people here. And what do you think is important for these people to receive, to have a possibility to get a job, especially in those communities where there are not too many economic opportunities? And then I'm going to have, I'll ask the second question. Please think about it. I'll ask it now. The question is going to be this. For 1 minute, for all of you, please imagine that you are on the stage of URC and you have 1 minute. What would you say in 1 minute for all those people? But this is going to be after Sergey. First of all, I would like to answer your first question and say that it's desire. Desire is the most important element of employment. Desire. And today we work with IDPs, starting from my arrival to the state service, which was in 2019. It was before a full-scale invasion, and this is why I'm going to speak on behalf of IDPs, and I work in employment service. And this is why I would like to discuss employment from various sides. First of all, we are talking about persons that do not require services of employment centers. They work remotely or whatever. They have various jobs. They can easily find jobs by themselves. Another question is those people that have a mental barrier. I want to share experience of Rivna.
When we started working with our partners from public sector, we started working on the project for the employment for IDPs and creating comfortable conditions for this. We understood that the primary barrier will be mental barrier. And in order to overcome it, we would not be able to do this with the resources of the agency. Very often people do not send their requests to us, do not address their issues. That is why we have 3 successful projects that are similar in their concepts. Our first project was Ukrainian Humanitarian Fund. These were 3-day sessions conducted for IDPs on the basis of employment centers. The first day would be led by the psychologists who would explain that finding a job opportunity and adapting at a new job is a normal process. For the second day, we would invite employment center workers who would provide consultations on job interviews, on preparing CVs. There were a lot of people who would constantly work at the same position and who would have a significant work experience at one position. And last day would be a vacancy fair where people were able to see the actual conditions of work in the companies and where they had the chance to talk to the employer. I would just like to go briefly over the numbers. The first project was created for 75 participants, and 1/3 of the participants were able to use the employment services from the State Employment Agency. Not only employment opportunities, but also reskilling programs and voucher programs. For the second project, we already had 80 participants, and for the third project, we had 150 participants, and 127 participants were able to use the services of the state employment services. So we can see that this is a quickly scaling program that allows us to work with people who want to find a new job, who want to adapt, but have certain limitations. And I also would like to say that not many people move to bigger cities. Right now, a lot of smaller towns, villages, with just one shop or maybe just one Ukrposhta office still attract a lot of IDPs because people want to go back to their roots. And during our visit to rural areas, we were able to see that a family came back to the rural area. An elderly mother came back with her daughter and her granddaughter while her son is at the front line. That is why temporary employment is also a useful kind of employment, because in this case, people are working for the prosperity of their own communities, which is also important. Thank you. Just one more question. Just for 1 minute. So imagine that you are at a URC. You know who is sitting in the hall. These are representatives of many countries. These are representatives of European Parliament, and you have 1 minute to tell this audience, to tell the URC audience, to share your most important message. Let's go in the order of the participants, and we will wrap up with Vsevolod. Okay, we do not need to actually imagine this because I already know what I want to say, so thank you for this opportunity to rehearse this a bit. A war is not an embargo on investments. It should not be the embargo on human capital. So please do invest in people, invest in upskilling of your workers, invest in their safety. This is extremely valuable capital for you for the moment when you want to go to Ukraine. You will know that these investments will pay off if you invest in advance. Thank you. Based on previous Ukraine recovery conferences, I see that there are more questions to ensure gender equality. And I'm really happy to see this dynamic because I can see that we are aligned here. We're on the same page here in public society and in governmental institutions. And this support should allow us prevent the negative experience of previous world wars when the recovery would happen at the expense of women. That is why we need to assign a proper priority for the matters of gender equality, and we need to form the structures that will allow us for an equal recovery process. Oksan? Europe, obviously, is a continent that ensures stability for the rest of the world and impacts the stability of the world. Ukraine stays stable while Ukraine keeps its defense up. And Ukraine keeps its defense up while the combatants believe in the future of the country. The future of Ukraine depends on how the education system works, on what future every individual in Ukraine has, whether it is a veteran, a young person, a person with disability. This depends on the education system, on the policy of education, on the flexibility of the system, and on its modernity. I encourage the audience of investors to invest in the education as the factor for stability of Europe and the world. Thank you.
From our reflections, we know three things need to be in a society if they want to be successful, and human capital needs to be strong. The first is it needs to be inclusive. It needs to include a lot of people. The second is it needs to be adaptive, so it needs to be adapt to the changes. Unfortunately, the war in the areas that Ukraine is facing is unfortunately a reality for the country. And the third and last one is also that it needs to be future ready, and you need to anticipate what and how the needs of the country and the people would be. And just to say, if I talk to an audience, I would say you can find all of those three very, very strongly in Ukraine, and that's why the country is going to succeed.
Дуже дякую, фантастично, пане Сергію.
Я хотів би подякувати.
Thank you. I would like to say thanks to the international partners that provide the help and support throughout the period of war, and I do encourage our partners to continue the support and to develop the support in order to bring the victory closer. Thank you. Vsevolod, 1 minute for you. Imagine that you are in front of the audience of URC. I don't think I will be on that stage, to be honest. I'm not sure I have something to share with them, but I can definitely promise that we will put our best effort so that the time to invest in Ukraine will come, and we will put our best effort to bring the recovery period closer. In the meantime, I will ask our European international partners to support the initiatives that can work during war and to invest in the industries that can exist and develop during war, as well as accumulate the investments to scale them once we finish the war and win. Thank you, Vsevolod. And also a minute for me. I would say, dear European participants, dear American participants, do learn from the experience of Ukraine. The 21st century will bring a lot of challenges for you, and without Ukrainian experience, you will not be able to cope with these challenges. And we will hope that you will not need this experience. Thank you, dear participants. We tried to show you different viewpoints on the labor market, and obviously, this topic is much deeper, but we do understand that today, the state, the business, the employers, and the public sector together are capable of developing labor market in a dynamic way, of moving the labor market to the new century, of adapting it to the realities. We will now have a lunch break. And in the meantime, we would like to thank our speakers for this panel. Thank you. We will come back at 2:20. Now it's time for lunch break. We have 2 panel discussions ahead. At 14:20, we will be waiting
Thank you.
До нас не долучився з тераси. Отож, перед
Thank you, everyone. Before we begin the third panel, I want to invite to the floor another participant. She's going to be online, Natalia Pitieva. She's the head of IDP of IDP community in Lviv region. We talked quite a bit today already about IDPs, but not enough for us to understand their problems. And we are hoping that Natalia is going to tell us in detail. Now, do you hear me well? Yes, we can see you and we can hear you. Please begin. Thank you. I'm happy to participate in this very important event because human capital is all about people, about human being. It's a treasure, it's a resource, and each country without people is just a territory. This is why I'm so happy that we have started this event, which is devoted to the value of human life in Ukraine. I also wanted to say that Ukrainian people, they are precious and they invaluable because humans is a moving force. They produce changes. And including IDPs. Yes, I would like to say that those people that moved from one place to another are not ready for this huge amount of problems that they faced. I am an IDP person myself. And I realized the challenges throughout all these 11 years. The problems and the challenges are the same. They are homes, social protection, employment, and preservation of health. If we want to take care of people and support human resources in Ukraine, it is important to talk about conditions with dignity and about value of human lives. Dignified conditions of life is about homes, about proper salary for those people who lost their homes or happen to be or to move to another area. These are basic things which ensure comfort and they relieve stress. Because when basic needs of a person are covered, I'm talking about food, clothes, home, a person can begin to think about improvement of life in the community in which this person lives, around himself or herself. But for that, basic needs have to be met, have to be covered. And many IDPs, unfortunately, do not have their needs, basic needs, covered. Many of them live in poor housing, in poor homes, and a person, of course, thinks about how to make a little bit more money in order to improve living conditions, to have an opportunity, at least not to think about a place to live. And of course, there are many challenges here because in Lviv region, where I live, a rent is as high as in Lviv, from 8,000 to 15,000 hryvnias, plus utility bills, plus food, plus cost for medicines. So just imagine how much money a person needs to have, at least 25,000 hryvnias to cover just basic needs. If we imagine that this person consists of elderly people, or, for example, it's a single mom or single dad, then can these people make 25,000 hryvnias? Is it even possible for them to make this money? And we are not talking about even very comfortable conditions here. We are talking about basic conditions, basic needs that have to be covered. I just remembered that all these 11 years and 3 years of full-scale war, starting from 2020, I'm thinking now about all those 11 years. I heard from many people that we are going to go back to occupied territory, or if we, or I heard people say, why did you even leave? Why didn't you stay in your homes within occupied territories? And it made me very sad because, of course, we would love to stay in our homes and we would like to live in our comfortable conditions, but it was not quite possible. And this is why when you're talking about return of our people from abroad, I would like to see some realistic actions here in Ukraine to come back, to return where? For people to return to this country, they have to be sure that their basic needs are going to be covered. Because, and for this, changes are necessary. These people need homes. It has to be become a social norm that the people have homes, and we have to start thinking about it already now. We have to think now about the future, because we have programs. For example, we have temporary housing, some social housing. In some communities, we have homes which can be bought gradually, and of course we made some steps forward, but it's not enough. We have to be more active, we have to do more, and the approach has to be comprehensive. And this is why we have to we need change. Our housing policy needs changes. We need inventarization of all housing in communities in order to understand where people can live and whether that housing can be used for IDPs, for IDPs to settle down. And we also have to develop a housing strategy. Without these changes, it is going to be very hard to achieve a good result, because we have to build social housing on a regular basis. Until we do that, until we have a social housing program, it's useless to talk about our wishes, even though there are some successful stories in some communities. And of course, we would like to see more of those successful stories. Housing strategy, inventarization, housing policy, we have to involve IDPs to all these issues. Why? Because I'll give you a good example. There is a program which of subsidies for housing. It's a good program, but it doesn't work, or works very poorly. It doesn't work at all. Because housing markets and housing stock is in the shade. However, if we involved IDPs to this program, IDPs would be the first people to say that this program is not going to be effective, and this is why I would like to say very briefly about all these changes. I would like to say that we would like these changes to take place as soon as possible. I would like us to have housing for IDPs. Thank you, Natalia.
І на фоні сьогоднішньої нічної
Thank you for your very important reminders, especially after this terrible night. Sometimes we forget that we have IDPs among us, and sometimes we forget that there are IDPs that have been IDPs for 11 years. So it's good that Natalia has started this topic, and this brings us to our next panel. It is going to be called the Politics and Housing, and I invite a moderator of this panel from the Ministry of Unity, Miss Olena, and Olena is now going to invite her panelists herself. Hello, dear colleagues. Indeed, I want to thank Natalia for this very open, very sincere address to us all. Indeed, we are going to talk about today's legislations, and we are going to talk about people who were forced to leave their homes. And because if they left, if they had reasons to leave their homes, we have to support them. And now we are going to discuss this issue in greater detail. Now, I want to invite Daria Marchak, Deputy Head of the Ministry of Social Policy. I'm very glad to see you, Daria. It is going to be a very interesting panel. And these are the people with whom we collaborate. Next person is Natalia Kozlovska from the Ministry of Territorial Development. Natalia, please come over. Also, Miss Shamiza Abdullah. She is the Deputy Head of UNICEF, Ukraine UNICEF. And see, our panel is going to be look at the gender balance. We're only going to have women here. She represents IDPs in Uzhgorod. Also, Pavlo Frollo. You probably heard that Pavlo Frollo can be a little bit late, but we really hope that he's going to join us now. Also, Nadia Kovalchuk. She's a program director of the organization which is called Right for Protection. Please, we are waiting to you all, and in the meantime,
підкреслити важливе питання.
I want to emphasize once again, our panel is preservation of human capital. Very often in the studies that we conduct about what keeps people in Ukraine, and the first factor number one, why people stay, is availability of a home. This is the reason why people stay. Same factor applies to people abroad. For those people that are abroad, the main factor for them is safety, and the second factor is housing, and then social support and availability of employment. So first safety, next house, and then availability of employment. And we have Daria here, Mrs. Daria. It was the first panel. We talked quite a bit about initiatives to support our people. Support of those people who left their places of residence. I myself have been a witness how you were included or involved into this process. I remember we talked a long time ago about accounting of lost or destroyed housing. So I remember all those important, interesting conversations. So we would like to hear from you what is going on in your industry. Maybe you are going to highlight certain issues.
Thank you. I would like to start with saying that when we speak about social support, we need to understand what we mean by social support in Ukraine. If we take a look at the European Social Charter, we can see that there are multiple aspects included, while the Ukrainian notion only addresses one of them. European Social Memorandum ensures individual living, professional realization. For this, there should be opportunities for vocational studies, for reskilling. There should be opportunities for high-quality education, high-quality healthcare services, and in case when a person, for some reason, is not able to manage with certain challenges in their lives, there are additional tools, namely support for the family, financial and social services. And based on this concept of social policy, we analyze what we can do for the country as well as for the IDPs. But it is also important to understand that we have many more categories with signs of vulnerabilities. These are IDPs, these are people with disabilities, these are women looking after the children while their husbands are at the front line. These are elderly people, so people at the age 50 plus. Obviously, these are also our veterans. So, when we're speaking about social support, we speak that as a country and as a Ministry of Social Policy, we need to help with those tools that are individually needed by a person to recover their economical capability. So we need to start with the needs assessment, and based on the results of the needs assessment, we need to choose the social tools. First of all, these are social services, possibly social payments, but these are also the ways of cooperation with state employment services, reskilling opportunities, state health system cooperation. If we speak about IDPs in particular, you're absolutely right. There are critical moments, namely accommodation, employment, because if a person is employed or unemployed, this directly impacts whether the person can afford accommodation. Another important component is infrastructure of services. The majority of women, IDPs, need to look after the children in their families or the elderly in their families. That is why they cannot easily go back to work or find the job opportunities easily. So as a ministry, we are working to help facilitate these three questions. We have 4 programs of financial support for the families when it comes to renting accommodation. This is not a long-term solution. My colleague Natalia Kozlovska will tell us a bit more about long-term solutions together with the Ministry of Territorial Development. We are currently working on long-term solutions. But this is another way to help families rent accommodation. Another important scope of services is assistance. This is assistance for childcare. These are additional payments for the nanny. And for one nanny, this might not be sufficient sum of money, but if the nanny works with 3 children at the same time, this is a rather good income, and the mother of these children can get a job. We have also launched the work on the resolution number 888, which is the payment for the care services for IDPs. This allows us cover the needs based on the individual pains of specific families. Thank you. You know, I heard a very important topic of the support for mothers with children, and as well as support for paying for the nannies. For me, as a woman who would like to have children at a certain moment of life, this really resonates with me. And here I would like to give the floor to Shamiza as a representative of UNICEF. How do you see the role of the state and the role of international organizations when it comes to the support for children? How can we help our children, who are also our future, who will define and create the nation?
Thank you, and actually I want to thank the organizers for including us on this panel. You hit the nail on the head in terms of, you know, the how and the what, and with the Ministry of Social Policy, we were working a lot together closely on supporting much of the support to how to reinforce services for children. And that's exactly it. It's about the investing in child services, because that's a key component of human capital, which is the whole theme here, right? And children are the future. And when we're looking at more broadly the type of services that actually have to be in place to support a family, which UNICEF is working along, yes, with Ministry of Social Policy, with Ministry of Education, with Ministry of Community and Territories on the water and sanitation, with Ministry of Health. These are all the different investments that need to be in place. So, for example, you know, when they're talking about the Ministry of Social Policy, when it comes to social protection, the different types of schemes that need to be supported to give families a chance, whether it's child grants to children, whether it's tax credits, whether it's also looking at specific support to vulnerable families who are touched by, who've been affected by displacement, who have been out of work, and the different types of social protection schemes that need to be in place to support those families, as well as access to services. So, for example, making sure that the child services are available to support, for example, children with disabilities, children who have particular mental health and need psychological support, children who have been separated from their families and need to be reunited, but also need to have alternative care arrangements for them. So for us, those are key components. When we're talking about, for example, you mentioned you're a young woman and you want to have a family. Well, a lot of those decisions are going to be based on services that are available to you to make that happen. So for example, you want to go to work, you need to find alternative childcare to place your child either in, you know, a daycare or kindergarten, especially a young child. You want to know that that type of service is going to be available, but that the people providing those services are qualified. So much of the work that we do as UNICEF, and along with several other partners, is to also work with, to make sure that those services are not only available, but that you have the qualified personnel to provide that support, particularly, for example, to early child services, where you need particularly trained people to provide those services. And that's key as well when you're talking about human capital. You know, it's something that, you know, when you look at all of those elements together, you want, you know, with this, you know, purview of having an economic recovery as well, you need to have this kind of social recovery that comes with it, and that's the investment in these types of services for that. And those are how, for example, many international partners can actually work with partners in Ukraine. I think for me, one of the things I've been impressed with is the very powerful leaders that you have across the different line ministries, some of whom are represented here, some of the mayors and deputy mayors at the Ramada level, Oblast level leadership, who are very committed to to this idea of investing in children and child services that need to accompany a local recovery agenda at that level. But again, it's about the investment, and a lot of that investment will be based on the decisions that are made at national level to make sure that the resources are available to accompany that to social recovery. And that, and partners like UNICEF are very committed to working with the Ukrainian counterparts, our partners here, for that agenda. But we know it's not something we can do in isolation. It has to be, the social recovery has to accompany investments in the economic recovery.
Дякую, пані Шамізо.
Thank you, Shamiza. You also continued the topic of support and pointed out that this should also include psychological support. And I would like to come back to the basics, to what our people always speak about, accommodation. Today, we also have Natalia Kozlovska at this discussion panel. So I would like to ask you, what is the current progress on the needs assessment within the scope of the ministry? Thank you, Ilona. Apologies for me being late. In fact, yes, this is true. When we are conducting any survey or questionnaire among IDPs, accommodation is second most common reason as the factor for the decision on return. The first factor being the security, and the third factor being the employment opportunities with competitive salary. And then on the fourth place, we speak about social component. If we analyze available tools and we try to understand whether Ukraine was ready to resolve accommodation questions in such a scale, obviously we were not prepared for this. At the beginning of a full-scale invasion, and even now, we still have the accommodation code that was approved in Soviet era. And this code does not reflect clear information on the tools for establishing stable accommodation solutions for people. The philosophy of Ukrainians is private ownership, which means that we need to understand that we have no other tools, and we were not able to present these tools to our citizens. How did the European countries cope with this? As of now, they have a wide toolbox to resolve any accommodation matters, including accommodation questions for Ukrainians. These are social accommodation opportunities in municipal ownership, in private ownership. For European countries, this direction is one of the mechanisms to ensure stable accommodation opportunities for different categories of the population, for people that require social support, for people with low income, for people with average income. These are the categories that are covered by accommodation opportunities of European tools. For people with low income, there is a subsidizing mechanism approved at the national level. This allows different categories of the citizens have their own accommodation and have stable solution to the living arrangement. This allows them to be protected. And what do we have in Ukraine? We have a typical renting market that is currently in the shade position. And for us to understand how can a stable accommodation work for IDPs, we need to think of different mechanisms. Our colleagues from the Ministry of Social Policy implemented a great project that provides help when renting the apartment. But as we can see, without any radical change to the legislation, we will not be able to implement long-term solutions. Having analyzed the tools that can be applied in this case, and having analyzed the statistics of IDPs, we understand that approximately 1.3 million of IDPs require stable accommodation solutions. If we categorize this number, approximately 1/3 of these people need social renting options, and at least 1/3 is eligible for mortgage programs offered by the state. So currently, we're trying to implement these tools through the legislation on accommodation policy. Right now, this is a draft bill registered in Verkhovna Rada, created with the help of multiple international partners, since we do understand that stable and sustainable legislation will allow us get access to implement the initiatives that we're currently discussing. Also, as Darina has mentioned, we have developed a draft bill to replace the existing Soviet-era accommodation code that will provide affordable solutions for all categories of population, specifically for IDPs, as well as for Ukrainians who fled the country due to losing their own houses. We have also defined the accommodation strategy, and together with our international partners, today we launched a very important project on the document that will help us identify the gaps in the legislation, that will help us understand what kind of projects we need to organize, and what will be the role of the local authorities. I would like to remind you about the role of local authorities playing a crucial role in this matter. We need to understand clearly what tools work efficiently and what we can use in the nearest future to give the opportunity to return to the country and to improve and understand the housing situation for those Ukrainians that are currently in Ukraine. Another track for us is the work on recovery. According to our DNA 4 that we have conducted together with the World Bank, we have the statistics that 13% of the housing fund is either destroyed or partially ruined. There is a lot of work in the scope, and unfortunately this work requires a lot of investment, but we do understand that we need to form the understanding of how to proceed with this challenge and offer the solutions with the highest impact. Thank you. Thank you for the overview of what is being currently done. And also, we heard the opinion of one of the communities that is accepting a lot of IDPs. Angela, could you please share your observations on how the tools offered by the state are currently executed and how you see the application of these tools? Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for giving the opportunity to tell you how our community works with this challenge and how we work with the accommodation challenges as a coordination council on IDPs in Uzhhorod. If we speak about Uzhhorod in general, it is important to emphasize that here we can see certain benefits as well as risks. The benefits obviously are safety. Today I spent a night in Kyiv and I understood that this is quite a dangerous city. Zakarpattia and Uzhhorod are safer. However, this is also a drawback. Our region is a small region. We only have 1,200,000 population. Uzhhorod is the smallest regional center with 120,000 Ukrainians. We would be happy to accept more people. We would be happy to ensure safety for them, but unfortunately, the city does not have the resources for this. Our city right now has approximately 28,000 IDPs registered. I believe that other cities might have higher statistics, but if we speak about the rate of IDPs in terms of the total population for the city, this is quite a load on the city, on the resources and the infrastructure of the city. So if we speak about temporary accommodation, temporary housing opportunities that are available for IDPs that provide housing free of charge, we currently have 110 housing opportunities. I believe that this is the biggest number in regions, in our region specifically, taking into account that before 2024 we didn't have any temporary housing opportunity, and for Uzhhorod, in these 10 places of temporary accommodation, we have approximately 630 people living at the same time. I would say that this is actually quite a significant number, but obviously if we speak that we have 28,000 IDPs registered in the Uzhhorod region, maybe a lot of people will consider this opportunity. And here, unfortunately, we don't have any space left. Unfortunately, we have people coming from occupied territories. Unfortunately, we accept people that used to live close to the front line. So typically, this is the drawback. If the place becomes free, this means that the place is very limited. Unfortunately, the statistics is that typically the places get free because one of the IDPs dies. That is why, in the context of safety, we also do not have the capability to accept any more IDPs, even if we wanted to. And unfortunately, we see that the tendency is that the international donors focus on the territories closer to the front line. That is why, in order to broaden our initiatives, we need to overcome these limitations. Maybe someone will hear this message. We do not know when the war will be over, and it is clear for us that the community of Zakarpattia understands this. Even if the war is over tomorrow, we do not know what the borders will be. And we do know that not all IDPs will leave the region. Some IDPs do not have their housing anymore. Some have their houses on the occupied territories. In addition to this, it is also difficult to start from scratch. My colleague mentioned psychological aspect, and when we start adapting at a new place, when we start integrating, when we set up a family, this is another way to start life from scratch, not knowing what happened to your community. That is why we're discussing this challenge when it comes to the Zakarpattia region. And if we speak about social housing, we only have 2 social apartments that were purchased within the program 30 to 70 before full-scale invasion. Obviously, this is not enough, and we need way more. So this is how we want to explain that at the Coordination Council on IDPs in Uzhhorod, we try to tackle certain social questions, including engage in IDPs to certain local programs. For those where we have gaps, we're trying to advocate for the implementation of these initiatives to ensure the rights of IDPs. Recently, we had changes to the programs on the diseases to adapt them for the IDPs. This was another program, Good Deeds, where together with the local communities, IDPs could receive material assistance. This refers to the vulnerable groups. We're also speaking about the fact that we allocate certain budget for the family of the deceased combatants. And we also provide these payments to the families. Zakarpattia is a region of national minorities. That is why for us it is important that Rome communities in Zakarpattia region are also included in the strategy for realizing the rights for ethnic minorities. And we obviously have certain questions that are not typical for IDPs. This is something that was mentioned at all discussion panels. It is important to take this into account, to understand that we have more and more children with educational needs. This is something that was identified before, and this is relevant not only for IDPs, but also for the local population. In Uzhhorod, we have 104 inclusive classes. We have special groups in kindergartens. And right now, public sector is actively working on trainings for the teachers on how to work with specific categories. And this is the synergy that combines the public sector and the local authorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. You have described a sad situation. You said that people do not have enough room in the places of temporary housing. And Mr. Frolov has just joined us. And we are going to talk about this housing stock. How much room can we offer? Maybe let's listen to some analysis of what is happening with the housing. I know you work on these issues. You have mentioned that 13% of destroyed housing is 2.5 million houses. And we are talking here about the places where people lived. It's not about stones and bricks and mortar. It's about people and their lives. So please tell us what's going on with you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm sorry that I joined you a little bit late, but I joined. It's a pleasure for me to join such a group of people. I'm the head of Parliamentary Commission for Protection of Rights of IDPs and other people who suffered from Russian aggression. We have over 4 million IDPs, about 7 million refugees, and we have also people that stay in occupied areas. And indeed, lots of people lost their housing. We are talking here about at least 4 million. It's like half Austria or half Denmark. So this comparison is for you to understand how difficult of a situation we have. And we have to protect their rights. And in our commission, we have only 2 women. And this is why it is so pleasant for me to see so many women here. Now, coming back to your issue, we have a front of social designation, and our commission tried to do an analysis of social housing to understand how much of this housing we have. And at least in regional centers, we have to do inventory of social housing. Of course, we don't have enough of this housing, but I will repeat, we have to do another inventory of all housing stock. And the first law, 1237, about living policies, and these two laws are being analyzed by the parliament, and then we are going to improve, to perfect the legislation in order to create proper conditions to make sure that we have more and more of social housing. And our commission, of course, the most important problem for us is the problem of housing. We have initiated a law which starts all Ukrainian inventories throughout all of Ukraine, of all communal housing. It's the law 4080. We already have a coordinating commission and also regional commissions. And these commissions are going to go to the fields and do the inventory of all dormitories, residential buildings. We are talking here about residential and non-residential housing. We can talk about industrial buildings or like even factories which are empty, and it's very important. Also land plots. We already have technologies which will help us build inclusive housing, and after this analysis we conducted, we realized that we have, one region says we have 26 land plots. They even have documentation for their plots. It is very important that all communities join this inventory to make sure that they enter all their housing in this register, and this will help us resolve the problems of IDPs. Why? Because the system is going to be an aggregator of all housing opportunities. Also, it is important for us to see the effectiveness of each decision so that we would be able to scale effective, successful decisions. And this system is going to accumulate all housing which is used or can be used, and this is going to be about an opportunity to involve more and more resources. We know so we need to have a clear understanding of all the housing which is available, and then we have to develop a budget for construction of social housing for all those people that lost their homes. So creation of this system is going to be accumulation of resources and all potential which we have in our country now for provision of housing for IDPs. All our partners, our Western partners, will be able to see all the buildings available, their condition, investment which is needed, roomage, and all the buildings, potential buildings which can be used for provision, and the system is going to be financed transparently, and accountability and effectiveness. Each hryvnia is going to be accounted for, and all donors will be able to see the use of money and how the finances were used. And this is why this system, this register, is everyone will be able to use this interactive map to see all the objects of housing, all kindergartens, all hospitals, all infrastructure, and they will be able to do their applications. And we will have to do prioritization, and then people will be able to receive the housing. All international organizations present here, they know how difficult it is, even when they have a resource, where to invest, how to invest this resource, how to find proper housing for repair or for preparation. And there are always problems with documentation, technical specialization. It all has to be, all this data has to be gathered so that we will be able to effectively use the resources we have. This is our task. This is a task of Parliament, of our Commission, all the commissions that work on this problem. And we, in addition to this, it is important to involve also expert organizations, IDP councils. IDPs absolutely have to be present in these commissions to make sure that the officials, government officials, would not forget or overlook some objects. IDPs would be able to assure effectiveness of work of these commissions. And they have to be present at the sites of the housing to assess that housing. If technical experts are needed, they have to be involved. And all communities and government, they have to search for resources necessary to prepare all this housing for IDPs. Pavlo, thank you so much for highlighting these issues, especially inventory, and those people who are going to need. And I am curious now, this system that you're talking about, are we going to create a system which is going to show all those people that need housing? And also in this context, I would like to ask you this. I would ask Nadia. She represents an organization who has experience of working with IDPs. What categories of people are the least visible? I mean, we've been talking here, like, who needs, what are these people that need this support? And there are people that are the least visible, and you have to pay attention to them. What this category would be? Okay, we have to use probably voices here of those least visible people, but let me clarify. Least visible for who? We're talking about human capital. We're preparing for international conference, and if we talk about IDPs, then among IDPs, according to UNHCR, 30% of those are elderly people. Over 100,000 are people with disabilities. Now, when we talk about Ukrainian refugees, which are now abroad, then according to Eurostat, over 600,000 Ukrainian refugees are elderly people. And it's not clear how many Ukrainians with disabilities are abroad now. We have data that only 15% of these refugees have people in their families, people with disabilities. And we protect rights of IDPs, also people without citizenship, refugees in Ukraine. Over a year, we work in Warsaw, and we protect rights of Ukrainians in Poland. Now, we should not forget about these people, because many of those people won't be able to resolve their housing problems by themselves, and for this we have to understand. For example, we analyzed Polish housing strategy, and you heard how much they pay attention to reception of those people and a provision of support to those people. Now, if Ukrainians, vulnerable Ukrainians, are coming back to Ukraine, is our system going to be ready to provide care to these people? That's one question. Another invisible category, it is especially for society, people without citizenship. According to our studies, which is based on sociological methods, in Ukraine we have over 200,000 people in Ukraine without citizenship. Or people are going to lose their citizenship. People lose documents and they not renew their documents. I know many of such cases. There's a great movie about one of such people who lost documents about the citizenship and how difficult it is for a person like this to even see a doctor or pay taxes. You can only imagine what has been happening to this person for 30 years, to a person without documents, person without citizenship. Now, evacuation is taking place in Sumy region, Donetsk region, and if you are going to see a transit center, you will see people there who are very vulnerable, and they don't have an understandable strategy or mechanism of what to do next. I mean, they moved from a community or from the place where the life was dangerous for them, and they moved to this transit center. We try to help them, for example, with the air conditioners. In Pavlograd, this transit center, it's a pathetic view. Okay, look, our panel unfortunately comes closer and closer to the end, and I'll be very thankful to you for a very short final remark about preservation of human capital and protection of human capital.
I'll be thankful if you can start, or we can give the floor to other colleagues. Yes, I can take the floor. Our vision is that the communities need to be self-sufficient and be able to resolve the issues, taking into account the scope and volume of the issues. And they need to use relevant and up-to-date data on IDPs, on available temporary accommodation, housing facilities. And we also need to remember about people who are not able to take care of themselves. Thank you for the opportunity to share this message. Daria? Again, if we speak about self-sufficient communities and also about social support, what is your message? I would like to actually go back to the topic of our panel and speak about the development of human capital. And I would like to remind you that the goal of social policy is not focusing on vulnerability, but on making vulnerable people self-sufficient tomorrow, allowing every person in Ukraine live to their full potential. And this is key for us. And for this, we need to readjust, we need to revamp our own understanding. The first thing that I would say in Rome, and the first thing that I would share on the public international arena, we need to define strict protocols for anyone in social crisis. We need to pick the person in our own roles, and we need to help this person to go back on track. For this, we need to do a lot of homework. This homework includes several important aspects. First, we need to develop our horizontal, vertical connections between local authorities and NGOs. We need to develop efficient models of interaction that will be aiming at delivering the value to the person. You mentioned temporary housing facility, and this is a pain point. In our understanding, a person should not be living in a temporary housing facility. There should be seats and places available, because these are temporary housing facilities. We also need to understand that we need to invest a lot in the knowledge, in the resources, in understanding the role at every level in this chain of interaction, of taking the person back on track. We need to understand who does what. What does Ministry of Social Policy do? What does Ministry of Healthcare do? What does Ministry of National Unity do? At every stage. Thirdly, we need to invest in building up the housing facilities, building the supported housing facilities, building the infrastructure for dignified living. And here, this is why I would go to Rome with the message to encourage our donors not to consider the topics of social protection and social support as the topics of vulnerable people, but consider them as the topic that will boost the recovery, that will allow the economy to get back on track and be sustainable. Thank you. Shamiza, could you add something? Could you comment on how international organizations support children and families?
Yeah, no, I think in terms of, and building on, what was said from the Ministry of Social Policy, I think to build on that in terms of the key messages, particularly heading into the recovery conference, is that it's important to build already on the investments that have been made and go further with those investments that we're doing for investing in childcare in Ukraine, to make sure that there is social protection for children and families in Ukraine, that we also build on, some of the investments made in healthcare system, in education system, that we have to go further, because investing in that is investing in the human capital of Ukraine. It's not just infrastructure, it's about investing in people. And it's important to build on what we've already started to actually go further and make sure that there are more people, Ukrainians, who are able to access those services, especially in this context, because that's how you're going to address their vulnerabilities.
Дякую. Дякую. Пані...
Thank you. Natalia? A key message from you. Thank you, Ilona. So, again, this is not the first Ukraine Recovery Conference for us and for our partners, and we understand that our partners need to see the progress. It is the 4th year of full-scale invasion. Regardless of the active phase of war, we have a rather good tendency of recovery, which proves that we are a reliable partner, which shows why we do this. that shows that we do this to provide our citizens with a wide spectrum of projects and programs of affordable housing through forming the funds of social housing. And we do hope that Uzhhorod will join the project, because so far we did not receive the support from Uzhhorod. This is also affordable mortgage. This is supported housing that Daria has mentioned. These are all the tools that we can apply for our citizens with equal income. And our aspiration to do this is proven by the changes in legislation, is proven through implementation of existing projects. I would like to remind you that through e-recovery projects, we were able to provide recovery opportunities and funds to multiple families. And another project with the Council of Europe will allow more than 11,000 families purchase accommodation within the project e-recovery. Our mortgage program also has a lot of scaling opportunities. So we need to present these tools, and we need to show that we are a reliable partner in transparent implementation of these projects. Thank you. Angela, yes, allow me to just briefly comment. I won't be unique. Someone already has said this today. In order to create the conditions for the return to Ukraine, we first need to create the conditions for IDPs that are currently in Ukraine. And these should be different opportunities. There was one program that was not mentioned yet. Leasing program was not mentioned by our speakers. This would be a great opportunity to resolve housing issues. We also need to add employment, education, and healthcare services to this. And Pavlo? Thank you. I believe that state policy from the side of parliament, from the side of local authorities, right now doesn't work efficiently enough for the IDPs that lost everything and that come from occupied territories. We need to ensure the right for accommodation for these people. We were able to define a budget line for 19 billion hryvnias to include housing facilities for this category of population. But for people from Bakhmut, Mariupol, Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, this program does not cover their needs. And we hear this constantly, that what we do is not enough. That is why our legislation 13.13.6 on the housing that was destroyed on the occupied territories makes these people eligible for the certificates. And for us to go to Rome, again, all economically active Ukrainians must have the opportunity to get a mortgage. Our youth mortgage program was extremely successful. It has great mortgage rates that are attractive for young people. But only 1,000 families applied for this program and received and was able to execute this opportunity. Even though there is a competition of 30 families per one apartment. Right now, the Ministry of Development has signed another contract, but we need to increase this resource. We need to keep this. This is for the people that are staying in Ukraine, and we will not be able to motivate them with the concepts of reparations. They are ready to begin their life from scratch without waiting for anyone's help. But we shouldn't be having a competition of 30 families per one apartment. This is not a huge budget line, and I believe that the international partnership could help with this program, with this young adults mortgage program, so that they can live in their own accommodation with a mortgage. And this would be my message to URC. Thank you. Thank you for a clear list of messages. For me, as the representative of the Ministry of National Unity, it is important to share some insights. Unity is about teamwork. Unity is about strong teamwork, interinstitutional, cross-sectoral teamwork. It is also about helping those who do not have the opportunities available, and to be a capable single team. Thank you very much for this panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you, dear speakers. We now go for a 20-minute coffee break. We discussed a lot of practical things, so our last discussion panel will be devoted to something that keeps us together, our identity and culture as the reason and basis for the unity. It is great that we are able to cover this topic as well. So let's take a short break for some coffee, and let's proceed with our last discussion panel. Join Everything is ready. The music is over. Please come on in. And in the meantime, I will invite our speakers. This is Matvey Bitny, the Minister of Youth and Sport. Dear speakers, please come on stage. This is also Mykola Tochitsky, Minister of Culture and Strategic Communications of Ukraine. Olga Ivazovska, Chairperson of the Board in Civil Network Opora, will join us soon. Serhiy Zhadan, writer, combatant. Valeria Vershinina, Executive Director, Stabilization Support Services Charitable Foundation. Violeta Artemchuk, Coordinator at NGO Donbas SOS. Andriy Shevchenko, Head of the Mission of the Ukrainian World Congress in Ukraine. And our moderator will be Yevhen Hlibovitsky, CEO at the Frontier Institute. I'm really happy to see such a powerful speaker panel. I give the floor to our moderator. Finally, we see that only those who needed to be at this discussion panel are here. And now we can switch to some serious topics. As a person with teaching experience, I know that there is nothing worse than demotivated students in the audience. So, the fourth year of full-scale invasion, the 35th year of Ukrainian independence, we finally got to the point where we understand that culture is meaningful, which is already an important stage for Ukrainian self-identity and maturity, which means that we now start looking at the topic of what is actually important for us. Very often when we speak about culture, we lower it to the concept of identity, to the concept of language, to some historical events, but we could see that the demonstration of Ukrainian identity is much wider. Today, all social networks were flooded with the memes that Ukrainians are adaptable and they will go to work if they survived the night, and they will not go to work if they didn't survive. And this resilience, this sustainability is something that impresses our partners and sometimes our enemies, which means that the definition of the culture should go deeper. It is definitely more than language. It is more than art and what we often demonstrate as the result of our culture. This is more than just a set of symbols. This is the understanding that we have about each other. This is our interaction, our attitude towards the world, towards institutions, towards nature, towards our enemies, and any other concepts. That is why my question to all speakers of the panel is, in your opinion, what is the aspect of the culture that is of utmost priority for URC? In a couple of weeks in Rome, we will need to explain something that we already know and something that our partners might not understand, something they do not often think about. What do we carry as the culture? What are we ready to share with them? Maybe I will start with Serhiy. Greetings. I think that the most important thing is something on the surface. Very often, things that are on the surface actually require additional explanation. So what we have on the surface is the right for our identity and for the right to speak from on our own behalf. If we look at the crimes conducted by Russians, very often we see that there is no understanding that Ukrainians and Russians are two different nations, two different cultures, two different identities. We do not say that some culture is better. We just say that these are two different cultures, two different worlds, two different paths of development. Very often this is overlooked by our potential or real allies. They just do not see that. They are not ready to see this. Why are they not ready? There is a certain informational background. There is a certain propaganda background that was formed by the other party. We did not have the right to form our own policy, to form the background and vision, and it was done by our enemies. So now we are in quite a poor position when any negation, when any rejection of the enemy is considered as xenophobia, as Russophobia, as nationalism, in the understanding that the Western world has. So we need then to explain our existence, to explain our voice, intonation, and identity. Obviously, this is a great challenge for the communication because very often we need to start with something very basic and simple. Thank you. Valeria? Thank you. Well, culture is not really my topic. I'm an IDP and I was born in Donetsk. And some time ago, Russians were sure that Russian language is our identity. I studied in Russian school with Russian literature, and they believed that this was enough for identity. I was not familiar with the word identity back then, but we chose Ukraine. And I believe that our culture and our identity is a sum of our actions. However, very often, when I come to international platforms, when I speak on behalf of Ukrainians, I feel that being Ukrainian is sometimes too much. Asking for respect to our language seems too much. We need to be more comfortable for others. We should have switched to Russians. We should have said that it is comfortable for us to speak with Russians. And we should have also forgotten that we are IDPs. We should have also forgotten the pain of war. We should be comfortable and adjustable for others. However, the voice of IDPs must be loud at URC. People with the status of IDP are part of URC. We are what we are, uncomfortable with all conditions that we have in our lives. And I do hope that eventually at URC we will have a panel for IDP councils. It's been 4 years since we said that Ukraine is a very broad country. I believe that the definition that the culture is a sum of our choices, this is a great definition. Violeta? Allow me to be laconic. Valeria already mentioned some of the key messages that I would like to share. What I see is that the culture of Ukraine is not unified, is not solid. We have the combination of different cultures of different regions. We have IDP movements entering new hromadas, picking up new traditions, picking up the voice of these hromadas. So I believe when we are speaking about the culture, it is not solid and it should be synthetic in some way. So we do not need to speak about full integration. Otherwise, we might lose some of the regional identity. And this is an important layer of culture. There are a lot of words that are very important for local, cultural identity. So we need to keep this identity with the local opportunities for self-identification. This is the culture. Thank you. Thank you for emphasizing this. It is important to say that right now we are this society that is maybe the most mixed. We possibly have never had such a diverse mix, which is also the result of migration, and this is also the result of outlining new groups for the population. These are armed forces of Ukraine, volunteers, economic activation, etc. I have a bit more complicated question for Andrei Shevchenko. Maybe we will adapt the questions a little. So, if we look at the Ukrainian phenomenon, we did not ask to globalize ourselves. This is the imperial policy that was started in the 19th century, was continued by Stalin, and it happens so that we already have millions of Ukrainians abroad. I remember the examples with Kvitka Tsisek, amazing Ukrainian singer in New York who recorded Ukrainian music. And she also wanted to record something in Ukrainian Soviet Republic. She got a lot of backlash for singing so-called communist songs. So if we speak about this gap, is it for better or for worse, with all advantages and drawbacks that we have? For Ukrainians that were able to preserve part of their identity abroad, who are often assimilated in another culture, and if we speak about young people, how can we, in the aspect of the culture, create these connections between Ukrainian culture in Ukraine and global Ukrainian culture, so that we do not have these gaps, so that we do not have these barriers when it comes to returning to Ukraine? I have 2 points here about the identity and about the culture. I'll start with my point regarding identity. I think if we take a look around, we can see that we are moving fast forward to the world where identities will be in competition, unlike competition between states and countries as we see it right now. And this identity competition, I believe, gives us quite a good chance, because we have a black belt in protecting our identity. We managed, in multiple severe conditions, preserve the identity, internally and externally. For some, it was quite a mosaic culture heritage. For some, it was a harsh heritage in the eastern part of Ukraine, but we were able to preserve our identity nonetheless. There is a place for Soviet-era songs, there is place for football history, and it is a pleasure for me to present the Ukrainian World Congress in Ukraine, basically 60 years of experience of working with the Ukrainian community across the globe. This is an immense scope of a cultural school, and we, as a global nation in the 21st century, have a great chance to win the identity competition. And another point, I believe that we need to reevaluate the point of culture. I believe that the war already pushed us to do this. And even Kharkiv, the cultural sources and the cultural hubs are now the hubs that were showing the resistance back in 2014. This is exactly what our culture is. Again, we also need to remember about spiritual heritage. We also had a lot of history with the church and other institutions, but when we speak about keeping the connection with the Ukrainians abroad, we need to speak about education, we need to speak about Ukrainian church, Ukrainian literature, Ukrainian music, Ukrainian history, a culture in a more complex dimension. A culture as a set of our values, as our independence, freedom, feeling for justice. Thank you. I have a question to Matvey Bidny. You represent one of the smallest minorities in Ukraine, because if we take a look at the demographics, we know that we have an iceberg for young people. And one of the concerns that I would like to share is that lopsided decisions with predictions and forecasts for the war led to the fact that a lot of parents are taking their children abroad. And I myself went to US as a teenager, and I graduated from a US school, so I understand how socialization happens for a young person. Once you start learning the language, once you feel confident and fluent, you create your own circle, and coming back becomes a tricky question, because you go back to the city where you know no one, where the culture is unknown for you. What can you, as a person that leads the Ministry of Youth and Sports, how do you set the priorities for youth for URC? Until recently, our ministry was often called Ministry of Sports and Higher Achievements, but it's not like this anymore, and our focus has shifted to mass sport. That is also an important carrier of the values, as well as a youth policy and the definition of the identity. As you have mentioned, this is a serious challenge for us. More than 2.5 young people are currently abroad, and we understand that young people will be the booster that we need for recovery, and this is what the recovery is for. So for the first time in the history of URC, we will have a separate panel for youth and sports, and we will need to answer very complex questions. How young people can acquire Ukrainian identity, how they want to see it, how can we make it attractive to them? How can we divide the Ukrainian narrative to self-identity, to the values, what Ukraine means to them now? Here is where I wanted to say that sports is another important tool for this. The success in sports is part of the Ukrainian brand. And before the full-scale invasion, Ukraine was often recognized thanks to our sports celebrities. Unfortunately, the associations are different nowadays, but I do hope that eventually we will see the comeback of Ukrainian sports celebrities. And it is important to say that the sports can also serve as a tool for unity, as a tool for engagement. And the reform that is currently being implemented by the ministry, working on the autonomy of sports federations, aims at improving the healthcare and responsibility for the community. For the communities that is able to come together around healthy values. This is how we can teach important values of teamwork, mutual respect, respect to others, and unity. And I believe that sports has a great potential in this as well. Apart from sports, we also need to develop the institution of young organizations. At every local authority institution, we see youth councils. Our young people are responsible, are interested in participating in the processes, are interested in taking the responsibility. We also need to take care of young people who plan to come back to Ukraine. At least at the beginning of this year, we could see that 70% of young people that are currently abroad want to come back to Ukraine. Having gained certain level of education abroad, they want to implement their experience here. In any other country, we need to support them in the understanding that they have the opportunity to come back. That is why we have several initiatives, and we will present some of them at URC. This is youth guarantee programs, as well as other programs. I would say that the Ministry of Economy and other ministries are focusing on youth at large. So it is a joint challenge, but we need to understand that young people are the basis for our future. Everything that we do today, we do for young people, and this identity should first be assigned to our young people. Thank you. And last question to end this first round of questions is to Mykola Tochitsky, who was appointed to one of the most complicated positions, Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications of Ukraine. Previously, the ministry failed to get the speed, get the tempo, and the capacity that was required to cope with the challenges. After your appointment and after your adaptation, how do you evaluate the institutionalized Ukrainian culture? Thank you. Yevhen? Well, if you speak about culture ambassador, I would say that adaptation will take approximately a year and a half. And then you actually give something back. It is my 8th month on this position, but allow me to go back, even though we're at the panel discussion devoted to the topic of identity, culture. I would like to finish this round of questions with the statement that we are different. I agree with you. I believe that we are, in fact, different. And what we call a cultural diplomacy is how we can explain why we're different. There are certain dimensions to this question that are not widely used in the diplomatic or cultural sector. This is a notion of terroir. So a set of certain elements, ground, air, flow of winds, etc. And this is what makes us different. This terror was always very specific and very different from Crimea to Vilnius. We are different because we all use the expression nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, but not everyone says that this statement has historical roots. Nothing for us without us. And this is what reflects the difference and freedom of people who call themselves Ukrainians. If we speak about identity, obviously this is our culture. It is not just language, and the culture is different. We might have a separate demonstration of culture, but this terroir kept us together for hundreds of years in different eras, in different understandings. Moving on with the topic of the question, for the first time, as of today, after 4 years of Ukraine Recovery Conference, we will have a panel dedicated to the matter of culture. Our ministry worked on this really hard, and for the first time, we will be speaking about culture as identity, as the basis for the social development. However, coming back to the point of understanding that we are different from Russian Federation, our culture is the source for understanding the differences between heaven and belief in oneself. Apologies, I'm switching to more of spiritual topics. Ukrainians continue believing in themselves, continue believing in the victory, and we will win, obviously. It will be difficult. However, if we go back to the identity, we must do everything. And here we have three priorities that the ministry works on. We need to preserve, first of all. There are a lot of things that we will not be able to implement at the cost of the state. For this, we need to have the partners.
Second, we have to understand what to preserve. For this, we also need understanding. We have to find sense. And the third, most important, is how to multiply it, how to demonstrate who we are. Because nothing is going to happen to us without our participation. So we have to do it by ourselves and then scale it up. This is therefore in Rome, at the first panel of Ukrainian identity, about Ukrainian culture, and about unity of all of us, not just in terms of drones and artillery and planes and air defense. No, we're going to talk about Ukrainian culture, because that is the reason why and how we were able to stand up for ourselves. And we will be able to destroy those myths that exist. We are the moving force. And we are the identity of Ukrainian people. Mykola, I would like to ask you another question. You have a unique view because you moved from one sector to another. You have a possibility to look at the situation through different sort of glasses, and you have more than one image in your imagination. But Finnish people, when they try to escape from Soviet rule in 80s and 70s, they disguised their safety reform as an educational reform. That's what they did. And in the result, we received this fantastic phenomena of Finnish education, and Finland showed how well you can do this, how well you can implement the reform irrespectively of what is going on. Polish people and Germans tried to imitate this experience, but they were not able to do that because there was no disguise of this as educational reform. Question is this: shall we talk about culture as an aspect of safety, or every time when I see a budgetary process in Parliament, I have this feeling that the cultural sphere is being ignored, and this means that we look at the culture as something secondary, and this different views, different understandings of safety, different types of management of the country. Where's the place of the culture in these coordinates? In this system of coordinates? I'll try to answer your question step by step. Let's begin with the simplest thing. First, perception of culture in Ukraine. Please believe me, not just Ukraine. It's at the level of please show me the ticket. It's not just in society, but in the government. It's as if it's as if it is a product which appears all by itself. So it's ignored. Now, you talked about Finnish people, and there's some common traits among Ukrainians and Finns, but they're Nordic. They are rebels, and we have this rebellious side as well to ourselves. That's something that we have in common with them. And our predecessors, different schools of history, cultural activists, they all tried to educate all layers of society. And when you talk about this Finnish model, it's actually a Nordic model. Our parents, without understanding any of this, they still gave education to their kids at all levels. And today, no matter how, maybe Mr. Zhadan will have a different answer to this question, but we all read Grushevsky, the historian. We all understand who Mazepa is, or at least we try to understand, or who Petlura is. Bandera. Bandera is something that we know for quite some. But now back to your question. For my colleagues from European Union, those two elements that I pointed out, and it's good that we have this conference that was called Cultural Heritage of Development of Identity in Europe. And we did that in the city of Uzhgorod. We planned to do it in Odessa, but did it in Uzhgorod. But why not in Odessa? Because a rocket flew to the venue and got even into the shelter. And so we Ukrainians, even during the war, they still think about culture. And we open up new senses, not exactly us, not Ministry of Culture, but our artists, our musicians, our painters. Our people are very creative, especially now during the times of war. And this is the essence of self-perception. This is something, it's very similar to what you've just said about Finnish people. So there's education as a basis. And so our nation was filled throughout various empires. We perceived ourselves as a Ukrainian nation. We are conscious that we are people of war, and we are always in the war with our northern neighbors. But we should not focus so much just on this in particular. Our essence is that we have to be multifaceted, creative, and we have to be critical in our thinking in order not just to survive, but to win, achieve victory. And I am all about the people of culture that create this culture, and they have nothing to do with the Ministry of Culture. Now, we are moving. You have just said that during the war, if we look at the footsteps of culture, of world culture, then at the front are the empires that were able to concentrate immense resources and then or the society is sort of broken up by an internal dialogue or argument or even conflict. And at this division, there is this need to talk and listen and read and perceive and reassess ourselves. And this is why I have a question for all of you here at the panel. Do you feel that this slide at the break that there is no that there's a lack of comfort, that you have a different understanding of humanity and humaneness and what we can bring to the table, what we can bring to United Europe, and something that we understand well and they don't quite understand it. Anybody wants to take this question? Without any doubt, when at this being here at this divide in the line, when we cannot firmly stand on our feet, it's hard, of course, to make assessments or evaluations. The most important thing for us these days is to survive and help survive those people that are close to us. Now, understanding. We have to. So the issue of safety is the most important for us at the moment, and safety to survive and help survive others. It is something, the feeling that which is built on empathy, and you survive when you have like-minded people around you. And then you support them and they support you, and this is how we survive. And I think this is our most interesting phenomena at the moment. It's not some sort of decoration or dehumanization. On the opposite, it's a feeling filled with love at all levels, from top down and horizontally. This is one thing. And the second thing that I would like to say is that about percentage. It's a very interesting thing that indeed it's a huge phenomena. And I'm sure we're going to discuss it further, is how Ukrainian culture functioned under conditions of this war. After all, we heard so many times that it's not time for culture. Culture has to wait. Survival is our number one priority. But on the other hand, culture is the very essence of survival. Understanding of who we are and who our enemies are, how we can avoid danger and death, and we may observe that publishing is on the increase and other cultural things are on increase. But there's also another thing here, which is also very important. Maybe we don't fully understand the thing yet, but it seems to me that after the war began, we were forced to put Russian culture on pause. We cancelled Russian culture as much as to the highest extent it was possible. At the same time, when Russian culture became a part of Russian aggression, invasion of that imperialistic, it happened that Ukrainian culture, for the first time in life probably, became the culture of the whole Ukrainian society. It's not of certain Ukrainian ghettos of the West or whatever, but the culture of all Ukrainians that remained in the country and those who went abroad as well. Anyways, This is all our culture. It is not, Ukrainians don't always realize this, but at least we got rid of this Russian culture. And sometimes, so this is what is happening to our culture, and this is because we never had situations like we have now. And what we have to do, we have to readjust everything on the move, because it's incredible potential and provides incredible opportunities. I mean, you do have to take advantage of this, and it changes. It's a game changer, and one way or another, we will have to reassess our understanding of culture, our perception of culture, because Ukrainian society, Ukrainian culture was perceived as something about entertainment, something that is something redundant, but it's not redundant. It's the essence, and it's something that we begin to understand now, and it's a key understanding. It's understanding of our identity, it's understanding of our education, and it relates to safety. It also assures safety. It is something that you have just been talking about here, and we do have to do something about it. And the Ukrainian army has a huge role to play in this as well. Thank you very much. I would like to add a few words about social cohesion, as about something we can inherit and pass to our children, because now we are in the situation when this social cohesion is something that is hard to preserve and pass on to our posterity. Because everything is under huge risk now, and people who were forced to move from one place to another, we're talking about IDPs, or so is the result of social events. And very often all these changes are perceived with pain or without understanding. And even though we Ukrainians are very open, very often we are in situations when we either have to fully get assimilated, or we somehow have to prove our goodness. You cannot just be an IDP and live. You have to prove your worth and resourcefulness for the community. And if we talk about development, we have to understand that not all people are resourceful at the moment. Not all people are fully adapted to the changing situation. And these people who are not ready yet, they should not be judged. And it should be their choice where to live, where to stay, where to go to schools. And we should not have any judgments in here. There should be no judgment in here. Because if in certain championships we can get to the first place, it should not. If you did not become a winner, we are often being trying to reach maximum results, but we should understand that it's important to do everything step by step, one step at a time, just to stay here, just not to lose ourselves. And I want our kids to talk about our country as a country of changes, as a country of startups, and all types of creators.
So I heard an interesting statement that we need to listen and hear. I work at the NGO with an active hotline. We have been receiving calls starting from 2014, and I believe that some of the operators rarely hear the word identity or culture. We often have more down-to-earth requests, how to get a school appointment. But if we speak about the matters of humanitarian help, the desire to be heard and to be listened to is essential. It comes together with humanitarian help, and it is nonetheless important. When I was coming here to this discussion panel, I wanted to share the example that integration and the mourning for the house is a common thing. We had a request from a woman whose town is fully destroyed, and she asked for humanitarian help. And in our discussion, we understood that she feels quite good. She gets some support from locals, but the locals came to teach me how to plant cucumbers, and I have been planting cucumbers for the past 40 years. Why didn't they ask me how I do this? I would like to speak about our heroes. And what would you like to get from us? Or just humanitarian help? This is not about humanitarian help. This is about being heard in difficult life conditions. This is about asking her how she plants her cucumbers. This is about asking who are her heroes. It is important to preserve the experience that these people had at their hometowns. I see that Andrei Shevchenko wanted to say something. Yes, I just wanted to continue the topic that you mentioned. So the factor of security and culture. Russia was one of the first countries to use cognitive warfare as part of their security doctrine. They have a better definition than informational war. This is basically collective influence on the enemy's mind. And in this case, culture is the primary weapon, and we need to take this into account. We need to use this in our security doctrine. We remember that the war is over once one of the sides does not have the political will to continue the war. And another important point is a pass to Matvey. When we speak about young people, when we speak about education, I would like to make it a bit more concrete to a very specific segment. Young people, 13, 17 years old, who are old enough to remember Ukraine, because most likely they left Ukraine when they were 10, and they have not yet enrolled in a European university. This is approximately 400,000 students, and we have a real chance to win them over. I'm really happy to hear what the Minister of Education mentioned here before, that we need to give them the opportunity to reintegrate back to our education system. We need to reform our education component. We need to give them the chance to pass the exam, and we need to give them the chance to talk to their peers. And here, our governmental programs can have a unique role. Young organizations, youth councils, etc. We know that there is a booming tendency of young organizations. I believe that we need to use this wave as well. Укрзалізниця, together with Warren Buffett Foundation, started a project in Karpaty for children that are currently in Ukraine and for children who come from abroad for a couple of weeks. So we do need to win over this group of children. There is a global research, PISA, and when we asked the developer of this research what he could say about Ukraine, he said that the factor of identity directly impacts the factor of education. A child that does not have the identity will fail academically because their stress resilience is lower. Their feeling of belonging is lower. So if we invest in the identity of our young people, of our children, we will invest in their academic success. And in Rome, I would say that if you are really rooting for the recovery of Ukraine, let's not mix up adaptation and assimilation. Maybe we need to revise these approaches. Very often, many other countries worked well on integrating the displaced people. We ask to help us save the identity for families that are currently abroad due to war. Matvey? Yes, obviously, we also need to support this category, and we need to create the programs for different age groups. We shouldn't forget about young people who are currently in Ukraine. And if we speak about a larger idea that we need to focus on, we need to nurture the culture of responsibility. We need to understand that every one of us is part of Ukraine, that we decide what we listen to, what we write in social networks, how we talk to our peers, how we talk to our parents. I define the face of the future Ukraine. This is extremely important because, unfortunately, we have a completely different heritage that worked on paternalism, but we see that young people are very active today. And that is why our program should be focused on this. And we do everything so that our young people are focused on behavioral changes, so that the responsibility becomes part of the young people character. And I believe that we are quite successful in this. And the opportunities that were provided to our young people will never be provided again. And I believe that young children will come back to recover Ukraine. Can we combine these two discourses with the one that we will have in URC in Rome to summarize our panel? I'll try my best. First of all, let's start with what Sergei Zhadan has said. This identity, independence, structurality allowed us to take the chance to win during the first days of full-scale aggression. Empathy is one thing, but another element, responsibility, shows that we are responsible for our decisions. Again, we're coming back to where we started. This is something that is typical for Ukrainians. Nothing without us, about us. We do not need some additional management. I remember what happened in the first month of negotiations with the Russians when we were waiting for them for a couple of days to listen to Putin and to hear what they need to do. From the point of view of a long-term as well as weapons to be used. Ukrainians were the ones that won over the empathy, but also demonstrated responsibility. I am pretty sure that every society would like to have good and high quality society that will reflect the values of the society. In our cases, citizens, young people, from the point of view of education, from the point of view of adaptability to learn new languages and the culture, thanks to our ancestors, show great skill in adaptability, which doesn't mean that we lose our identity. Our task is to preserve what's ours, the state of Ukraine. We cannot oblige an Italian or a German to make Ukrainian Ukrainian. And we need to do everything so that a young person at the age of 17 is proud to call themselves Ukrainian. This is what we need to do. We cannot ask someone else to do this. We cannot delegate this to someone else. And the national security is everyone's responsibility in this aspect. So our task is not to just be capable, not to appoint meanings and definitions, but to create the conditions for Ukrainians to be happy to return to. We do not need to say that we're a country of opportunities. Let's be honest, there is a definition of the success of the country. 80% is safety, 80%. Then we speak about business, then we speak about anti-corruption mechanisms, etc. We need to achieve this through armed forces of Ukraine. And once we establish safety, once we establish competitiveness for Ukraine, everyone will come back. But please, let's remember that the biggest challenge for all of us is working with veterans. We will have people with special needs coming back. And this is another challenge that awaits us. And it is as important as the return of young people. And it is not the question of adaptation. People are always choosing better conditions. If we create better conditions, they will come back. If we will not create them, then we're just not worthy. And this is not a responsibility of a single ministry. This is a collective responsibility. Thank you. 20 years ago, I would probably be bursting in happy tears. But now we have so many challenges. So I would like to thank our speakers for an amazing discussion panel. Thank you, dear participants, for staying with us today. Thank you for discussing the topics of our today's agenda. These topics will be emphasized during URC. Thank you once again, and please take care. Thank you, Yevhen. Thank you, dear speakers. It was a very cultural discussion, and while you're taking a picture, I will give the floor to Kyrylo Krivolab, one of the co-hosts of today's forum. Kyrylo will summarize the results of today's forum. Yes, I believe that this rehearsal went quite well. Thank you. I belong to the generation that knows that we have a great geographical location, which doesn't sound good right now. And we also have a lot of high-quality resources. I believe that both of these statements are completely outdated. And I can say that a year and a half ago, we conducted a Human Capital UA event. We had similar speakers. We had Yulia Sverdenko, Vinitsky, but in 2 years, for someone who observes the development of this process for several years now, the level of maturity and awareness of governmental institutions has grown significantly. As a public society, we obviously need to push even further, but I see that we switch to a more applied level into a better understanding of coordination. We see that Ministry of Social Policy, together with the Ministry of Healthcare, works on case management methodology. And we see that this cooperation has a great progress. And just 2 years ago, we did not have a single center for decision making. Now we have several vice ministers responsible for this. We see how the preparation of URC looks like. I would like to also thank the Ministry of National Unity for the leadership. I would like to thank UNHCR for the support and for the Center of Economic Recovery for the co-hosting. Thank you and have a safe rest of the day. Thank you, Kirilo. Thank you, dear participants. At this, we can formally wrap up our last panel discussion. I encourage you to do some informal networking, and it's a great thing that we